Yo. Two guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-line, damn corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool, as I'm just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the fee-bone specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin. It's imperative. Enemies keep them close like relatives. I was down in the dumps and negative. Came right back, Hector Bellerin. Now I'm coming without taking a sedative. No competition, but still competitive. Plus, the Jezebel's predative. Want it raw like a pick unedited. Not credited. Even though I made vast improvements. Hopping the coupe, push start, I'm cruising. When they look at their past, they're fuming. I'm one step ahead like Arsene Lupin. Can't be a part of this movement. Barbies think we're the hardest humans. Still target my target booting, regardless of any other armies trooping.
Well, if you come to visit me in Toronto, I mean, you could always go see the St. Lawrence Market. What are you up to tonight? Because it's late in London now. And yeah, we could definitely like FaceTime or call or whatever you want to do.
Two guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-line, damn corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool, as I'm just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the fee-bone specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin.
Everybody here. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Got a great show for you guys today. We're gonna kind of pick up where we left off, on the last show. So much stuff to go over. It's uber ridiculous, Man, um, I'm glad just as much as you guys are to do today's show. First, let me give a shout outs to Gems. Shout outs to Gems dropping the huge request. Dropping the huge dollar on the Cash App. I appreciate that. Thank you for starting off the support. Let's keep the support going. Shout outs to Gems. Hold on. I
More.
got you, bro.
Wendy?
Thanks,
Get it?
Chuck.
Hold
We're
up.
standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to Gems. I appreciate that. Definitely coming in, supporting the show. Shout outs to Ms. V. Yeah, I love the logo also. It's a great logo, you know. Um I got some stuff that I have to send you. I've been sitting on some stuff I needed to run by you for a while now. So I do gotta make time for that. Shout outs to Cynical One. Shout outs to the Cynical One in the building as always. Cynical One be getting the notification first, y'all. You dig? I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for being here. We got so much stuff to cover on today's show. I'm glad to be doing today's show. We got Candace Owens going crazy. You know, she going off on Tucker Carlson. Um, we're gonna continue where we left off on the last show. Last show, like all my shows, are pretty educational. We're talking about some of the presidents, and we went over some stuff that was going over some of the presidents in the United States. A lot of them we didn't know, you know. So we went over some of the worst presidents in the United States, and we also went over I guess the president's deaths in the United States. And man, look, American presidents be croaking, man. Some of it was some good, nice little niche history to know. Some of the best history is niche. You know what I'm saying? Some of the best history is niche, you know, just to know little details and stuff like that. And honestly, it's not really niche, but I mean, those little details, you know, they come in handy, you know, when you're studying something bigger because you kind of understood what was going on at the time, you know. So keep that in mind when you guys are doing history or when certain information comes across your desk, you know. But yeah, we got some more stuff to go over. Um we got a lot of stuff to go over honestly with this Trump and Elon thing. So I didn't know Elon was, launching I think he launched like an app or a website or something like that. So that's what prompted people to talk about him and the new political party and stuff like that. So um but as we see, there's really nothing new. You know what I'm saying? All of this stuff is 100%. Um, People have done it and tried it before, and it's failed. You know what I'm saying? A lot of it has failed. So I don't know what Elon is finna do. I don't even think Elon knows what he's finna do. But we're gonna talk about it. We got a lot of nice little loose topics to cover. You got Myron versus some feminists. Hell, you got the Crimson Cure versus a couple of feminists and stuff like that. So it's just a lot of stuff that we're gonna cover on today's show. So definitely kick back, hit the like button, and yeah, continue to rock with us. It's Player Talk Radio. Thank you everybody for rocking with us. So we here. But without further ado, let's just start the show. Let's get straight into it. Um, and also too, if we get the chance, um, we definitely we do got some feminist stuff coming up. But if we get the chance, we might go over Chemical Ali on today's show. But we have to see where I think it'll be a better chance for us to see where hold on, let me delete this. Where today's political content leads us. Where we'll see where it leads us. But what do I want to start off with on today's show? I'm gonna wait. I'll wait before I start off with before we get into Candace. Because Candace been going. Wow, there's a lot of stuff we do gotta cover. Let me see. Well, you know what? Let's do this. Let's get into Kendra's. Shout outs to Kendra D. She said that a feminist humbled Candace Owens. A lot of the women that are quote unquote manosphere adjacent, they're kind of off and on with Candace Owens. And you do got a lot of ladies in this space that don't like that a lot of the brothers here uh like Candace Owens, you know. I'm off and on with Candace Owens, just how she off and on with the grifting. But let's get into it.
Hey, all my Crimsonites, and welcome to the Crimson Cure channel, where we embrace our.
Shout outs to Kendra D.
Wait a minute. He followed me around. I done went in 3 stores. One of them was Victoria's Secrets. Why he follow me in there? Looking at panties. What?
She got a stalker.
So it's grape culture or not? Now all of a sudden, let her tell it. The women are not getting raped anymore because we're not being objectified.
Because women are giving up sex for free, they're not being raped.
Every study shows rape is not correlated with just sexual gratification. It is a power structure.
Okay.
So it is about objectifying and abusing women when you rape them, not about whether or not you want sex. What I am saying is that women are less objectified, so therefore we are being raped less.
Okay, so you think that in today's society, because this is pretty wild for me. In the 1950s, you're saying women were more objectified than today in the land of OnlyFans, the Kardashian clan, and women that are essentially putting up their boobs and butts for free on Instagram. You're saying we finally have achieved less objectification, where women can't even get onto an advertising. You can't even advertise a bag without them having to be naked in order for them to get a career as a model. You're saying, oh, great, we've achieved actually less objectification.
So I'm not trying to suggest that I think that the over-commodification of women's bodies is positive. But what I am saying is that when you're going to the 1950s, that we shouldn't put this glazed look of, oh, it was so happy. We had single income households and we got to stay home.
Now that's another thing that I'm extremely tired of on both sides, men and women. Every time we go back to like quote unquote the idea of functional relationships, people want to go back to the 1940s and the 50s. Always remember that when y'all are in these spaces or y'all are talking to people about these subjects, that they try to go back to the 1940s and the 1950s and stuff like that. Always remember that. They always that's supposed to somehow be like the relationship golden age, the 1940s and the 1950s. You know, I side eye people that be using that as a quote unquote, and it goes both ways. They be using the 1940s and the 1950s when they're trying to like justify something, or they use it when they're trying to they use it when they're trying to they use it for both reasons, when they're trying to justify something and then when they're trying to negate something, you know. So some women will use it and guys will use it and say, oh, this was the best time ever. And then some people will use it and say, oh, we're not trying to go back to the 1940s and the 1950s where women couldn't do this and where women couldn't do it. It's like it gets goofy.
We
All
also
right,
had
so
a
pay
pill
attention
popping
to that.
problem. We also reviewed as maids. Like we were seen as a house appliance far more than we were as people.
What's going on, Ted?
And so
Shout outs to Cortez in the building. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
And where are we basing that off of? What are we basing that off of? That women were seen more as an appliance than people. According to what? According to what your mammy said? She stayed with him though, then she got that house when he died. Like, and that be killing me. That be killing me when white women say it. Because y'all the main beneficiaries. White women in general have been the main beneficiary of all that stuff they talking about. The patriarchy did to them and the men, and we was kept this way and we was kept that way.
But see, that's what I'm saying. It's in their best interest to keep the patriarchy intact. Like I said, those white feminists, they had full boyfriends and babies and families and stuff like that. You know, they weren't just playing a cold, fucked up game on black women. They were playing a cold, fucked up game on other white women too. You understand what I'm saying? This is the part of the story you wasn't prepared for. They were playing that fucked up game on white women also. So our sisters had no business being over there. But our sisters, in a lot of cases, they wanted to be with the white man. So a lot of the sisters didn't know where the intel was going to go. They didn't know where the intel was going to go. The intel was going to go both ways if you let them tell it. Oh, we were going to snitch back to the black man on what they're doing and what's going on, or oh, we were going to snitch back to the white man. You know what I'm saying? So they were trying to pretend like the intel was gonna you know what I'm saying, was gonna go both ways. Hold on, y'all. Let me download this real quick. All right. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Support the show on the way in. Let's get
Y'all
it.
was the main beneficiary. It's white people that had the generational wealth. And I'm not saying every white person was wealthy. Like, we not stupid. But at the same time, that put y'all at a distinct advantage in this country. No, y'all didn't have to work all the time. You didn't. Just because y'all, man, Mr. Cartwright is a hell on wheels. That's why y'all was even talking about that in the first place. Because Mr. Cartwright is a pistol. Okay, he a pistol. Now, he ain't no joke. He goes out your head so fast, Mr. Cartwright send you to the upper room. You get in on his nerve. So I can see why y'all kind of was leery of Mr. Cartwright. Now he'll send you to your maker. Let God sort him out. That's how he feel about it. But please don't try to act like, oh, we're saying maybe you wasn't. You and your kind. Mr. Cartwright didn't see you as nothing more than a baby maker. You know what I'm saying? Somebody to, bring forth his children and, take care of everything. And maybe that's how Mr. Cartwright saw you. And maybe he did. He had a habit of seeing people as nothing more than objects for his use and benefit. He had a habit of that. Got a whole track record about that. But you also benefited from all that stuff that Mr. Cartwright do. He set you up. He set Meemaw up with land and a home that Meemaw didn't sell. And the grandkids didn't sell it either. Kept it. He set Meemaw up. And he might have popped Meemaw in her mouth sometimes, but Meemaw didn't leave. Meemaw stayed and got that retirement, that pension, them military benefits. She got all them benefits. She sure did for her busted lip.
They're talking about Diddy.
You need to do more paying attention and less posting.
So when you have that kind of objectification where you are in a subservient position, I think we're facing a different form today. But I think that rape is a signifier of a contradiction to your statement.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It doesn't make sense, but I do want to rebut it on a couple of points. So first, I just want to say, suggesting that objectification has gone downward since the 1950s is wild. That's just a firm no. That is not the truth, and that's not true.
Wait, so do you feel like
hold on, let me answer your second thing.
Okay.
Second thing, you then brought up, okay, women were at home, but they were pill popping. Well, you then have to acknowledge we're actually popping more pills now, right? So we have actually increased our amount of pill popping. Women are having overdoses on opioids. And on top of that, since I think 1990.
The fact check says that a 2018 study found that women were more likely to report prescription opioid use compared to men, 55% compared to 42%. That's what the fact check says.
99 by rate, we are increasing our opioid use compared to men. So women are not popping pills.
And women get stuck with it too. A lot of men get stuck with it also, but women get stuck with it the worst because, like I said, their emotions, everybody's emotions are attached to their mood. But men, our emotions don't even get acknowledged. Not even by ourselves, you know what I'm saying? Even we be letting stuff slide and stuff like that. So, we're not in a rush to immediately, switch up or respond or react to how we feel. Dudes will walk around just depressed all day. You would never know because they're quiet. But when you have somebody that's on depressants and all different types of meds and stuff like that, it'll put them in a position where they feel not necessarily high, but if you want to say feeling good or better, is equivalent to like a high. When you feel less good or less better, you can say it's like you feel less high. So, what's going on, Tack Man? Good to see you, man. Oh, yeah. What's up, player? It's always good to see you, man. Shouts to Tack Man in the building, as always, man. How you been? How's Japan? I got some stuff to run by you, man. But yeah, the reason why I'm explaining this is because a lot of women will become more dependent on these drugs and stuff like that, because their emotions is literally attached to it. And for the pharmaceutical companies, I wouldn't say necessarily that's good news for them, but yeah, if you're trying to line your damn pockets up, that's good news. Sadly. All right, y'all hit the like button, please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Links
because we're going into the workforce. That's actually not true at all either. We're also, like I said to you, consuming alcohol more and binge drinking more than we did in the 1950s, which is why I was trying to get her to say, we need to look at actually give me any reasonable metric of how we can define happiness, because it's hard, right? Are you happy, yes or no?
Sure, but wait, hold on. We're actually avoiding.
It was something that would have been done behind closed doors. It was something that would have been done behind closed doors. Now it's more open,
What my original point was about rape being the signifier.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Hi.
Hi.
I like your hat.
Whitney Shanahan.
Nice to meet you.
I am fascinated by your claim that women have lost happiness since the sexual revolution.
We're going to skip her.
Do you think that
no career will give women as much joy and fulfillment?
The next prompt says, no career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. By the way, none of those women answered the first prompt properly. Straw man arguments all the way around. All kinds of straw man, red herrings, every logical fallacy that you could bring about in a debate, they was doing it, moving the goalposts, misdirection, talking about.
There needs to be we need to start changing up the structure of some of these debates. Like, there should be a referee that calls that out. Not even just the referee that calls it out, but a referee that mentions it. Even if they let it go. Like, the person that's debating the person, they can say something about it, but it should be the referee that should bring it to the audience's attention. Like, the person debating the other person shouldn't really have to bring it to their attention. Unless they're going to rebut it or I guess bring it to their attention. But there should be a ref that can call that out.
All kind of other things, not relating them back to the actual point of debate. Nobody actually answered that question or responded properly to the prompt itself. They came in trying to say what they wanted to say. They've been coming in and sitting down with Candace to try to say whatever has been on their mind about her and her viewpoints and her stance, in an attempt to say it to her face, but it be off topic. Girl, if y'all don't stick to the topic. Now, this next person is going to be a guy.
Fulfillment as raising children.
Oh, hi, Candace.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm John. Okay, so I feel like a lot of your arguments today are very rooted in a sort of old school perspective. I have to be honest. Like, I think, I'm not trying to be insulting whatsoever. I feel as though most people.
Funny is that a lot of this stuff gets put in like like people say, oh, I think your arguments are written, are taboo. They're from like an old traditional perspective, but these people can't even explain to you the new perspective, which they're not necessarily wrong. Because if you're traditional now, you're gonna seem crazy, like it's taboo. And like, I used to say, I see how like how like older people feel when they talking to the youth. It's something like that, but it's not the exact same. Like now with technology and stuff like that, people are just straight up tripping. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like you're necessarily, trying to keep up like a older perspective or whatever. It's like, no, even in today's society with all that technology, a lot of people are fucking tripping. You know what I'm saying? So always notice that when people are like, well, I think you're living in the old. And it's like, okay, well, explain the new shit. And show me how the new shit works. Like, can you explain to me how the new shit is I guess better than what you're trying to say that's old and dated? Because not everything new is progression, y'all. Remember, when you live in a first world country, you're accepting to a certain degree that you're a guinea pig.
People would identify that claim as pretty
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Extreme and pretty like
children are extreme.
Well, no, that women would get more happiness inherently from raising kids than having a job or deciding what they want to do with their lives.
Why is that? I'm just curious. Why would having children, which is just a natural biological conclusion, be something that sounds extreme?
I just said inherently.
Inherently.
That's the
extreme.
inherent expectation.
Yeah.
That's better for.
It's inherent because it's biological. So I think when we think about things that are inherent, I think biology is a good thing to start with, right? So biologically speaking, men and women come together, they form families, and that's the reason why you're sitting here. That's the reason that I'm sitting here, is because biology is inherent.
Well,
so
I was
saying it's just natural order that we're speaking about, right?
Okay, let's break it down. So why do you believe that? Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that?
Why do you inherently are happier? Yeah.
You keep stressing this word inherent. So,
yeah,
yeah. I think because it speaks to natural order, and every piece of life, I think, is enriched by children.
You don't think it's natural for women to get to decide what they want to do with their lives?
I do not think that's.
What is up with these lies? Who is telling women they can't do anything with their lives? Like, who is this group of men? Like, who is this? Shoutouts to Chaos Rain. Good to see you, bro. You said you covered this yesterday? Okay. We got Candace Owens going off on Tucker Carlson. It's interesting. Let me know if you need the link, Chaos. But yeah, who is telling women they can't do all of this shit? Like, where's the group of men that are like, hey, you can't do this. You're unable to do that. Let me know.
saying
go.
women can decide whether or not they want to go to work or have children is problematic. What I'm saying to you is that women will get the most fulfillment from having a family.
Because it's natural.
It's natural, but also children are wonderful and beautiful and spiritually divine.
Even if we wanted to talk about this from an anecdotal space, one moment.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna speed this up.
As they would have been had they had families. Tracy Ellis Ross. Ebony K. Williams.
Well, this is the thing. I don't fault women for having babies on their own. I mean, obviously, it's weird that it's odd. Well, it's not odd, but it is that they're trying to do this at this stage in their life. But honestly, I think it's a little bit better than doing it at another stage in their life. You know how, like, well, but then again, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. This is what I'm trying to say, right? The baby is the marriage, you know? So a lot of women, whether they like men or not, or the men that they're dealing with, or whatever, recklessly, they don't give a damn. They try to have a kid, you know? Shout out to Truth Only in the building. Oh my God. I know this is going to bring out the people that don't like. I know a lot of people don't like Kendra. Y'all be calling her raccoon eyes and all kinds of stuff. Shout outs to Truth Only. You said, what's that talking from? Oh, shit. I'm trying to go to heaven, y'all. You said they always lie about the imaginary group of men who hold women back. Yeah, just like this unicorn men that's so rich and can't wait to take care of her and pay her bills and stuff, you know? We're going to talk about it. He said there's a feminist Bible where they literally said they will rewrite history and lie about the patriarchy being bad just to justify women's lives. Absolutely. And to keep it intact also, because feminism cannot exist in a matriarch. Women will be straight up slaves in a matriarch and to other women, not men. Especially if they're trying to use the technology that men made. Shout out to Truth Only in the building. But this is the thing, though. You know what I'm saying? It's weird because they do it backwards. And what I mean by they do it backwards, I mean it like this, right? You have young women that are trying to have kids and they don't care about the baby father, they just want to have the kid. You know what I'm saying? And then they're not prepared to raise a child or financially in the space to, you know, really raise a kid. Then on the back end, you have people like Ebony K. Williams or Kendra G, you know, saying that they're freezing their eggs and they're waiting for a man and all this other stuff. Or, you know, I guess, I don't know if Kendra G's going to be able to have a kid, but then again, her eggs are frozen. So I guess she could do some type of, was it surrogate? Like a surrogate, you know, I guess, right? Whatever, right? So what I'm saying is this, right? Even as an older woman, they're going through that same stage that that teenager would have went through, even by having the kid by themselves. You know, they're going through that stage. Hold on, y'all. This thing's almost done. Alright, hold on, y'all. He said raccoon Nutella. I'm saying, man, I know some of y'all don't like Kendra, but I like Kendra. She not bad, man. Shout outs to Kendra G. She been around for a minute. I'm not sure the encounters. I know she had some horrible encounters with some of you guys, so you know. Me and her talked about the ugly girl tax. And she's a good sport. But no, it just seems like the older women that do want to have kids, they're kind of meeting it on the back end. You know what I'm saying? They're meeting it on the back end, meaning that, you know, it's like, okay, you know, I guess get your career and all that other stuff, and then kind of be single and have a kid, you know, and then it might not be too much of a bad idea, because a lot of times when men get older, you know what I'm saying, they're more accepting of kids. You know. So it's like a weird phenomenon. You know what I'm saying? That you have older women having kids. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because I want to bring up to you guys how so many things is used out of context. Now, what am I talking about? So many things is used out of context. I remember when old women used to wear wigs. Remember that? I remember when old women used to wear wigs. Now everybody wears wigs. I remember when surgery was for when something happens to you, or you have to reconstruct something, or now everybody's abusing surgery. You know? I remember when things were in its proper context. Everything is out of its proper context. And now people are saying, oh, that's taboo. Or it's being abused. Or not even it's being abused. I'm the one saying it's being abused. But, you know. What's going on, Curlin? Good to see you. Happy 4th of July weekend to everybody here. Well, after 4th of July. Oh, my God. What did she do to you, Truth Only? What did she do?
Tia Mowry, I'm throwing her in there because she broke that nuclear family of them being in the house together, and now she's miserable. When she thought she was miserable the other way.
Yeah, a lot of those women failed the marriage test. You know, at that stage in your womanhood and in your life, to a certain degree, especially if you married, you somewhat supposed to feel like, hey, I may have married the wrong man. Hey, I might feel unappreciated. You're supposed to stay with your man. You feel God.
She thought
and
she
your
was
man.
miserable the other way. The reason why we're saying it is because the reason why I'm talking about the celebrity women is because these are the women who reached the pinnacle of career and wealth.
What's going on, JR?
And being able to, you know what I'm saying, live, fight.
Right, everything is taken out of its not Donatello. Oh my God! All right, I'm gonna just take her off the screen.
Financially, in a space that most people do not. So much so that Ebony K went and got a child.
Failed the wife test.
Even Kendra G said she froze her eggs. Why would she do that? Because she's thinking, if I never get married and have children, you know, outside of that, I may still want to fulfill the biological imperative of motherhood. I might still want to do that.
Cardinal need of motherhood.
I'm saying Tracy because, and even though Tracy, doesn't Tracy have
Ellis
like
Ross is another one. She was talking about how Candace got owned by some feminists. But we're gonna get into it. Because we got Candace going in on Tucker Carlson also. Alright. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Support the show on the way in. I got a great fully loaded show for you guys tonight. Got you guys on the night shift. Alright. I made sure I woke up bright and early today. I got you guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button. Hit the PayPal. Hit the Cash App.
Kids. Tracy have kids. Hold on.
Tracy doesn't have any kids. And a lot of people got on her about that because, come on, you're freaking Diana Ross's daughter. You're Diana Ross's daughter. That's crazy. And a lot of them, you got Lala Anthony and a couple of other women from the Diva era. Not swim the other. All right, come on, man. Not swim the other way. Oh, I can't do this with y'all. No, but you got Lala Anthony and a bunch of women on the internet now. Older women talking about how they let YNs clap their cheeks. Like it's a flex, but hey, okay. YNs will clap anybody's cheeks.
No, she doesn't have any children. That's what I thought. She doesn't have any children.
He said.
And she talks about that.
He said Ty City booted me from the Discord earlier because I wouldn't post pics of me and petite broads. Why were you supposed to post pics of you and petite women? I'm confused. Why were you supposed to post pics of you and petite women? He said, I already post pics of these receipts before. It brought nothing but... Yeah, these people don't like you once you start showing the women that you're dealing with, especially if they actually are the type of women that you describe. Start showing these guys in the space women that you're dealing with, and they will get mad and start hating and dirty macking. And if they know damn well they can't get to the women that you're talking about, so they're gonna go in on you. So I keep telling y'all it's a trap. If you're a player or a natural, they are going to hate on you. It makes no sense. So they might as well don't even request that. He said women out here ego fucking. They don't even genuinely like younger men. Yeah, and they still ain't with them. Yeah, they got them on retainer. They can always call themselves a YN. Cool. That don't mean nothing. Especially once you get older and you know the game.
Man, I didn't. You
It's
know, I
like
do
that,
that.
y'all. Support the show.
And she tries to convince herself that, maybe it's not for
Why he
everybody.
asking for
I'm good. I'm free. But she
pictures
talks
then?
about it though. Ebony K said, "Forget trying to fake for y'all. I'm gonna go have me a kid. Forget trying to fake for y'all that I didn't want no kids. Yes, I do. And I'm gonna go get one, even if I can't have a husband."
That's some rich woman shit. That's some rich woman shit.
So if these are women who pursue career, they pursued their profession and their education and all of those things in lieu of, I'm not going to start a family right now. And they put it off and put it off and put it off, thinking I can pick that up when I get ready. And then lo and behold, they were unable to pick it up when they did get ready, when they did. When they did say, you know what, I think I might want to get a husband now, and this and that and the third, and then realized they couldn't really do it. What they were looking for in men, they really couldn't find it. And if they did find it, yes, they weren't compatible with those men. Those men didn't really want them. They didn't really want those men. Whatever the case may have been. So it ended up, to the point where Ebony K has been on record to say, for all of her boss chickness, she went on record and was like, I would tell any young woman that while you're going to college to get your master's, get your MRS, get your Mrs. degree, go get a man. Go get a man. Go get a man. Because that's what I was missing.
Yeah, she said it too late, though. She said it after she was arguing with Ayanna Van Zant about getting a man that drives a bus. She said she don't want the bus driver. She want the man that owns the company. And like I said, it gets more delusional when you get older. Like I said, there was a article that came out not too long ago, y'all, that said that if you're in your 30s and you haven't been married, statistically, you know what I'm saying? You've evaded your first divorce. You know what I'm saying? If you're in your first married, you're married, like if you're in your 30s, you statistically avoided your first divorce. Also, too, like I've said, and like it's been said before, if you're in your 30s or your 40s, 9 times out of 10, just even if you're not out there like that, 9 times out of 10, even through your social circles, you've ran into your wife. You've ran into your wife or a wife. You know, let me put that caveat out there. You ran into a woman that you could have married. Actually, a couple of them. You know, by the time you hit your mid 30s or early 30s, you done ran into 2 or 3 women you could have married. There's hundreds of women. There's thousands of women out here, fellas, that you can marry. I'm not going to necessarily say that she's the one, but like I said, you can marry them and you would have a successful marriage. You know? So keep that in mind. All right, let me catch up with what JR's saying. So Ty was like, okay, show me these petite broads you deal with, because most hoes are fat. He brought up stats in the hat. I gotta check that out. I didn't re-show the same pics from before, and he booted me. Why would I show them to get hate? Why would anybody? Why would I show them to get hate? Would anyone pay me for advice? You said that he shows some dimes. You said showing receipts is a trap. These dudes have no humility, especially black pillars. Those black pillars hate. No, the regular dudes around here hate dudes also, but the black pillars for sure. And I'm not gonna lie, these dudes will if you show them a petite woman that you interested in, these dudes will show you a big old woman that they can't even get, and they hate on you. A lot of dudes will hate on you because you can get the woman that you're interested that you actually showed, or have had the woman that you actually showed. It's even worse when you have had the woman that you actually showed. Oh, they really don't like that. They really don't like that. Trust me, I've been on the receiving end of it. You know? Shout outs to my brothers in the building though, you know? Especially if you a natural. But don't let you be around here preaching any type of game or know any type of game, and then start talking about some of the women that you get and stuff like that, you know? And it's the weirdest shit ever. Because they be in these spaces trying to brown nose women all damn day. And stay woke, y'all.
Did the whole career thing. I done did the lawyer thing. I done did the education thing. I done did the money thing. I done traveled. I done bought a house. I done got a car. I done got, you know what I'm saying? My net worth is XYZ. You know, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable. I'm not struggling financially. I'm not struggling to do anything. I can pretty much do what I want to do when it comes to finances and money. But I don't have a child. I didn't get the husband. I didn't do it. And she feels that. She feels it. So much so that she went through the.
And I feel bad for quote unquote accomplished women that have to go through this, because man, these black pillars are super fake. But I feel bad for accomplished women. Some of the accomplished women, if they weren't bad, I feel some of them that have to go through this because it's at the you know, they find this out at the finish line, and it's too late. You know, as a woman, you don't really got time to waste. You know, not even a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Time is also a terrible thing to waste. You know, time is also a terrible thing to waste. These broads out here talking about some they would date a bear. You talking about some they would date a bear. Or deal with a bear.
Process of getting impregnated, IVF or whatever you call it. At what, 50? Almost 50? It was that serious for her that she wasn't even like, forget it, I'm too old, I'm not gonna do it. You said, no, I'm gonna take the risk. I'm gonna take that risk. So now you can't tell me that the vast majority of y'all working 9 to 5, clocking in at Taco Bell. Y'all happy? Y'all happier than these women who have made very great careers and who have plenty of money? These women have not been nuns in a convent. They've been having men. They've been having sex with men. They've been rubbing shoulders and rubbing elbows with the high value men, so to speak.
Now, Kendra, she was I think something happened. I think she had a child, or I think she had to I think she had to get rid of, I think she had a miscarriage. I think she had a miscarriage. I know something wrong happened with her and the kid that she was supposed to have. I think she had a miscarriage. I don't have the OG thing set up, but it's not funny at all. But I think she had a miscarriage and something happened. Some real tragical stuff happened with Kendra. But you know, you got a lot of women that didn't have kids or had a miscarriage or can't have kids that are mad, not necessarily mad or upset, but there a lot of them are vocal about women that's playing around with their, you know what I'm saying? They're playing around with their wombs. I knew somebody was gonna say something about the miscarriage. I knew somebody was gonna say something about the miscarriage. I don't have it hooked up. You know, Jr. A lot of those black pill dudes are women worshippers and they're gay. That's the sad reality of it. They're gonna be the first ones compromised. And technology, day by day, is exposing that they want to be incels. Now you can go get a waifu or a robot. Pay $1,500 and go import one from Japan. All right.
And you mean to tell me you clocking in at Chick-fil-A, you happier? Stop playing.
God damn.
I hear that. Well,
Yeah.
Okay, what if there's a little girl born and it's her dream her entire life to be an author or to be, on TV or any of these things, and having children is very expensive. It takes a lot of time. So how is it better for that, and I understand this is hypothetical, but that hypothetical little girl to have children than to pursue these things that would make her happy as she gets older?
I just think that what if she publishes the book and she has a child, she would agree with me that the child was more fulfilling and made her happy. That's what I'm happier than the book did, is what I'm saying. And I say this as a published author of a New York Times. I would choose my children over my best-selling book. And I was that little girl who had a dream that it would be really great if I could share my thoughts and ideas in a book. But it is utter insanity for me to reflect on that and say that I would have rather published Blackout than to have my 3 children.
But why is it rather? You see what I'm saying?
It's not rather. I'm just saying
that's
that
your claim.
your claim
is that it's better.
It will be more fulfilled.
Right.
Yes.
So rather.
How stupid you gotta be. And here's the thing. This is why, and the point is going to be reiterated as this video go on. Because they're trying to say that you gotta choose either be a mom or work.
That's the funny part, Cortez. I don't know why people that don't get women at all try to give people that, and they hate on the game the most. I don't know why people that can't get women at all trying to tell somebody else who can and can't get women. and what women want and what women like. It's like, why are you listening to someone that literally that self admits before he gives you his goofy ass advice that's not even working for him and can't get women at all? It's a misery needs company thing. That's what it really is.
And that's a false dichotomy. The premise itself is false. See, this is why,
and that's the crazy part. They hate on players and naturals.
Talk the way I talk. And this is why when I did the video about boss wife versus the boss chicks versus trad wives, I had some chicks in my comment section talking about some, you got a problem with stay-at-home wives and you used to be in our corner. I don't got no problem with stay-at-home wives. I got a problem with the concept of, in order to be a traditional wife, you cannot work. And that working is what makes a woman a feminist.
And the sad part is that a lot of traditional women actually still work.
Or what makes her a modern woman. No, it does not. No. Feminism is an ideology. Because if a woman working made her a feminist and a modern woman, you mean to tell me don't no lionesses work? So it ain't no lionesses that work.
They don't know what a lioness is.
So a woman going out working, whether she working a 9 to 5, whether she's self-employed, whatever the case may be, working with her husband, whatever the case, that don't make her a feminist. That doesn't make her a modern woman. That don't make her a modern woman. She's a feminist if she think like one, and if she move like one in her relationships and in her life. That's what make her a modern woman. That's what make her a feminist. The ideology that she hold and the way that she carry her life based on that ideology. Going to get a paycheck don't make you no feminist. And it doesn't take you out of the scope of being a traditional wife. This is why I'm talking about what is with this traditional wife and she don't lift a finger. If you got a husband that insists on saying, I got more than enough income, I don't want to see my wife out there hitting the pavement for nobody. If you got that situation, alhamdulillah, you got that situation. I'm not knocking it. But what I am saying is that a lioness does not have to choose between I'm going to work or I'm going to be a good woman. I'm at work right now. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? That's why I wasn't with that whole lionesses work. Lionesses do stuff. We do stuff. Even if you want to go back to the biblical thing, you know how everybody's talking about the Proverbs 31 woman, and what was among the other traits? What was she doing? Huh? When they said she was going, and I don't know the verse. I'm not even gonna put it up. You get. She was working. Cause you ain't got no pottery at no market that you didn't make and go sell. That's work. Matter of fact, it's self-employment. She had a whole business. What is we talking about? Because it's some lazy little hyenas that don't do no kind of work. So this is why I reject, and they're going to try to call Candace out for being a working mom. This is why I don't be saying, oh, in order to be a traditional woman, you got to be at home all the time and you can't do no work. That's why I don't even hold that whole mindset, because, see, it's too easy to poke a hole in that. It is way too easy to poke a hole in that. That's too easy. That's too easy. Thank you, Ms. Almond. I said it wasn't a debate, in my opinion. Thank you, sweetheart. We're not gonna go too much longer. The next live stream gonna be part 2, and then we're gonna focus on Princella's part.
All right. So this is what we're gonna do. What's going on, War Master? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna revisit this because I want us to get into. You said, why is she? I don't even think Kendra knows why she yelling. She upset about this. All right. I just wanted to show y'all what some people are saying, because we're gonna get into Candace Owens going in on Tucker Carlson later. Candace don't give a damn. She don't give a damn about no goddamn Princella. She don't give a damn about none of that stuff. You know? She don't give a damn about Princella. She don't give a damn about none of that stuff. All right, Candace Owens just dropped the baby. She's moving on with her life and all kinds of stuff. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of a continuation of the last show. Like I said, we might even go over Chemical Ali on today's show. I don't know why my battery is running low. I need to stop leaving this thing plugged in charged, but we're gonna see. Hold on, y'all. The War Master, I feel you typing it already. Crapple sucks. You should see how much Apple dongles and stuff I have around me. Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all please hit the like button. What's going on, party? You said the main problem I have with people who hate on guys like ARC. I need to get that. If y'all can send, if you guys can send me that clip, because I need to get that clip. That where he's like going off. I think he went off on Zero. Where he's going off and he's like, "You're stupid. You guys are fucking stupid. You're that stupid." Truth only, if you have that clip, please let me know. You're fucking stupid. Why are you guys so goddamn stupid? Oh, man. No, every dating coach is not a fraud. You start realizing it's these guys that are lazy and they're frauds. They're not even frauds. They haven't even got started. And intellectually and psychologically, women are bullying them, if you think about it. If you got to go off into your corner of the world and start crying about hoes, you know, that's crazy. You know, talking about some damn gender war. You can't fight who you trying to fuck. And now all of a sudden, if you go look around the space, there's this newfound hate for tricks. All of a sudden, guys don't like tricks. And it's like, that's not even the world you live in or have ever lived in. You know? I don't want to hear about no dude that never got no woman. And see, War Master is the type of guy that'll go in the Apple store and be like, "You're fucking stupid. This is stupid. This is fucking stupid." Shout outs to War Master, man. If you guys missed the last show, you guys missed a really good show. We were going over some of the presidents in the United States. Ew! Oh man. Shout outs to War Master in the building, y'all. Shout outs to Party. Oh man. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power Guy. Shout outs to everybody here. We about to have fun. But no, worry about no damn man. The black pill people here are fake. These dudes that are now all of a sudden players overnight, they're fake too. You know, y'all ain't missing nothing. You know, shout outs to the brothers that actually do good with women despite all of this shit. Because honestly, at the end of the day, whether you look at it one way or another, this shit is entertainment. You know, we can sit here and talk about feminism and a lot of stuff, but listen, if it ain't in your house, you know, and it ain't really directly affecting you or your children or your spouse, you know, we're going to talk about it as we always have been. You know, I keep you guys on point. Keep you guys on point, you know, and vice versa. You know, you guys keep me on point and keep the shows on point, you know. But please hit the like button, support the show. All right, there's some new stuff pouring in. Actually, you know, like I said, I'm gonna start bringing you guys into hold on, into some of the stuff I look at and kind of go over and watch while I'm off air. But I just saw some new stuff pop up real quick before we get into there's gonna be a running theme on today's show, y'all, pertaining to feminists. All right, my laptop battery's acting weird today. Hold on, y'all. Feminists are absolutely going to be a theme on today's show because they are somewhat trending right now. You said PUA tactics worked better years ago, but some stuff still can work. All of the PUA tactics can work. You just got to know how to set them up and what to do with them. That's what people don't understand. You know, the same thing with mode 1. You got to set that shit up, you know. Alan Roger Curry wasn't hardcore just going up to women saying that stuff. If y'all go listen to the 4 to 5 interviews that I have with him, we talked about it. And one thing that I mentioned to him, I'm like, Alan, I already know what you're doing because I've approached. There was at one point in my life where all I did was cold approach till I realized I didn't have to cold approach as much, you know, and I really didn't have to cold approach as much as I thought I would have had to do. I had to go out of my way to cold approach after a while, you know. I started getting residual hoes, but what I'm saying is, when I was interviewing Alan Roger Curry before he passed, we established some stuff that, you know, guys that go out there like players and guys would, you know, naturals and guys would know what's going on in a social interaction is that he's cold reading women. Alan Roger Curry, he cold reads women. You know, he knows who he can get. He knows who, you know. He know who he can get away with certain things with and not. You got a cold read. That's something that you got to pick up. You know what I'm saying? and it's a skill that you got to pick up. I for somehow I had that skill already. I know how to cold read people. And maybe I've honed it and made it better because I'm good at observing people and reading people. Like I can read people and notice a lot of stuff before they even open their mouth. And I've just always been good at that. And lo and behold, when you get into dating and you start really getting women like that, it turns into cold reading. And then it's not as deep as people think it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what she said. It's not as deep as people think it is because a lot of women just do the same shit. When you start getting a bunch of women, you're gonna start picking up on patterns. You're gonna be like, okay, my girlfriend used to do that. Okay, such and such used to do that. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Sadly enough, men too. It's not just women, men too. Men, a lot of dudes just do this. People, it's people in general, y'all. People do the same shit. And then now it's even worse because people are taking their cues off the internet. So people are definitely not original. People are definitely not original, especially in this internet age. And people done forgot that that people are trying to use the internet to enhance their social life. But guess what? The worst thing that ever happened has happened. One of the worst things that can never happen to you in this day and age is you having a social media before you having a social life. You literally are born with the carriage in front of the horse, and you got to relearn. The younger generation got to relearn how to put the horse back in front of the carriage. You're born with multiple personas and stuff like that. The internet kind of dictate who you are as a kid coming up. You know what I'm saying? In these spaces, which is crazy if you think about it. We were talking about Black Planet. We were talking about MSN Messenger. We were talking about a whole bunch of other stuff that we had back in the day. And yeah, we may have made avatars and characters and all kinds of stuff, but never did we believe that we were that actual thing. You know, we may have spent a lot of time on our pages and stuff like that, but never did we actually. These people believe who the hell they are on Instagram. These people really lean into their troll accounts. These people really, you understand what I'm saying? They really believe that they're that thing that they've created or was already pre-created in their mind for them when it comes to them operating on the internet. Some people got to be who they really are behind a account. Some people are afraid to put their real face behind some of the stuff that they say to people here on the internet. Or some of the things that they do. So we beta tested all of this stuff, and I'm telling you, it's dangerous as hell if you had a social media before you had a social life. Because you're going to be real confused. And you're going to have one of the most awkward identity complexes ever. And that's the craziest thing, to have imposter syndrome of who you actually really are. Just not even as an actor, not even as a talented person, just as a normal adult. If you on the internet nowadays, you need a therapist. What do you think, to a certain degree, shows like this fulfill? Some news you can use. When your life get absurd, there's some words you should have heard. You know what I'm saying? Y'all please hit the like button. Support the show. What 1 hour and 41 minutes into the madness. Is Player Talk Radio. 24 minutes past the hour. 25 minutes past the hour. Let's get it. I want to show y'all something real quick. There's some stuff that just popped up. And let's check this out real quick. Let's go. Hold on.
Still looking at a society that is increasingly telling women where they.
The feminism movement didn't unite women, it split women.
I feel totally
Wait,
opposite.
listen, 50% of young women don't want to have children. They're really preoccupied with making money and materialism.
But we're still looking at a society that is increasingly telling women where they could be better.
But sometimes feminism expects women to be prioritized, and both sexes want the privileges without the responsibilities.
Can I just add, we are producing women and men who are, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. It'll be an interesting discussion.
The content that I have for you guys here today is absolutely perfect. Not only do I...
It's getting to a point where so much stuff... Oh, shoot. Cortez says, never thought I'd say black pill dudes have less credibility than dating coaches. The first black pill dudes I met were not on this BS. Those dudes have hijacked the space. Those dudes aren't black pill at all. I've been saying this for years. Those dudes, just so people can leave them alone, those dudes have hijacked a space that don't belong to them. The black pill sector is supposed to be filled with religious people and atheists, to tell you the truth. They shouldn't be over there on the topic of women that much. They real black pill people would have moved past that conversation. You said you can't, and would have got a girlfriend anyway, because they're not tripping over that. Those people got too much feelings. You're not supposed to have feelings like that if you're black pill, because you live on the premise of it's okay, it is so. Whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. Is meant to happen. So those dudes are just they're just in their own corner of the internet, stealing shit. Anyway, and they're not even black pill. They're blue pill raging. You said you can't help but notice patterns. Pattern recognition is what the red pill means. Yeah, to a certain degree.
I have a debate, right? Feminist versus anti-feminist, debating, has feminism gone too far? But then also, is intellectuals...
Oh, this is what I want to say. You have a lot of white women that were staunch feminists. They kind of, like I said, and I told you guys on the last show, they're kind of changing up on their positions. Especially right now for some reason. I wonder what's going on. And I know it's not, it may have a lot to do with politics and where we're going to be in the next 2 to 3 years. But some of them might start going under, like I said, the moniker when this happens, because this happens amongst white women. The black women are irrelevant when they start talking like this, and they don't even mention them. They don't even give a damn. The least acknowledged feminist. They start going by the term womanist. All right, so pay attention. But let's get into this. You got a lot of white women that are posturing, and you got a lot of women that are feminists that be dog whistling low key, high key to other women. Like, look, we get it, but like you need to back up off of it for now, and we'll pick it back up later. You got to know when to hold them and fold them still. You know, same way like a lot of people claim that Alex Jones is racist, and let's say he is. But guess what? Even racist people know when to go sit down for a little bit and then resurface and stuff like that. If you're too loud or you're too boisterous or you're saying what's on all of their minds and kind of throwing their playbook out there, man, they'll get you up out of here, no matter, even if they like what you're saying. Because you still got to know when to hold them and you still got to know when to fold them. Racism don't work that way now. It has to be covert. Feminism not working this way now. You have to pretend like you're this traditional woman. You didn't get the memo. Plus, they got to downsize anyway, so it's fitting. People aren't using their brain. War Master said a group of women talking about relationship is always wrong. What do you tell a woman with a black eye? Or two black eyes? Nothing. You already told her twice. That joke is dark. Speaking of black pill, that joke is dark. Cortez says exactly, the guy who created the black pill ain't even from America. He's Eastern European and he's against the incel talk. Right.
Intellectually debating. And y'all already know that I love to listen to smart people talk about things because they are both well versed on each side of the coin. We put those ideas in a tiny little pot, stir them up, and see who comes out victorious. Now, this conversation comes by way of Diary of a CEO. If you guys are unfamiliar with this brother's platform, this brother's channel, absolutely fantastic podcast content. You'll see this video has over 1 million views. They have over 11 million subscribers onto their channel.
Even with the black eye.
Yeah, let's just get right into it. Now, the portion that we're going to pick apart here is specific to casual sex, the sexual revolution, as well as hookup culture. So let's get after it. Without further ado.
Just to add to that before you jump in there, despite the general decline in sex, especially amongst younger people, societal acceptance of casual sex has grown quite rapidly. In the UK, approval of casual sex rose from just 10% in 1999 to 42% in 2022.
The hookup culture.
Yeah.
So when you say rules and structure, Erica, I'm really interested in that term.
It had to be all inclusive though. The sex thing. It had to be all inclusive though, because there was women out here that was stuck up that couldn't get no sex before the internet. You know, and they're definitely femcells, but you got a different breed of femcells now. Femcells, that don't mean that they're not out here having sex. They just got a guy they probably can't stand laying on top of them. And that breeds a whole new different hatred for men. But let's go.
Kind of phrase. Because, of course, children need rules and structure, but women aren't children.
Well, we're all children. Men are children, too. From a psychoanalyst perspective, there's a child in everyone. But,
of course, but I think when we're
What's going on, King?
talking
You can already tell who the feminist is, right? That one.
about rules and grown
And it's
women.
funny, the woman that's schooling them looks like an old school textbook feminist, which she probably was. That's probably why she knows so much.
We are really, really in dangerous water.
No, we're not.
Because we are looking at...
And women have like this. I don't like, again, and I'm going to say this again. I want y'all to listen to what I'm telling y'all. Where is this boogeyman? Where is this boogeyman that women are lying about? The boogeyman that's telling them they can't vote. The boogeyman that's telling them, oh, you can't go outside butt naked. The boogeyman that's telling them, oh, you can't vote and you don't have a bank account and where is this boogeyman? Oh, we were never able to do this. We were never able to do that. Today's women is acting like they were around in the 50s. And even women in the 50s didn't act like that.
society that is increasingly closing down on women and telling women where
Who's
they
telling y'all
could
this?
do better, be better. If we're looking at an extreme example, we're looking at Iran in 1970s and women in parliament and
This
women.
bitch never been to Iran. That's the funny part too. Y'all niggas be listening to this stupid shit. Oh, back in Afghanistan. Have you been to Afghanistan? What's going on, Ola?
Women walking around is part of the sexual revolution in miniskirts and having a wonderful time. And then you're looking at women in Iran now, you're looking at women in Afghanistan now. Women in Afghanistan now have rules.
Yeah, because a mini skirt's going to make you happy.
And they have structure. They can't stand near a window. They can't leave the house without a man. They can't...
That's not true. How do you know that?
They can't use their voice in public. They can't sing. Like anything that says rules to me, I'm immediately like, firstly, our society has plenty of structure. We have a lot of structure.
Look at MTR's face.
All have to work to make a living. We are all encouraged into monogamous relationships, and there's a feel that you're successful if you find the one and get married and have...
It's like, girl, you old enough to know better. You old enough to know better. We gotta work to survive? Yeah. Yeah. I would hope so.
2.4 children. There's so much structure in our lives. There's very little time for relaxation or even considering what we really might want to do. I would be very intrigued to know what you mean by women should have rules.
Yeah.
Ma'am, first off, this likening of rules to the most extreme examples within an Iran is absolutely...
There's like a whole society of patriarchal men. I wouldn't even put that type of disrespect on the patriarch because it's just a bunch of women lying. Where's this group of men telling them they can't do all of this shit?
Ridiculous. Oftentimes I find that these pro-feminists will utilize the most extreme examples in order to try to prove a point. You're fear-mongering, and although I can see that, it's clear that there's a bevy of women that just suck this shit up as if they are currently in a patriarchal regime. There is nobody...
Women that were born in the 2000s talking this stupid shit, and it's like, girl, you don't even know where that came from. Baby nuts. I can smell the Similac on your wig. You don't even know where that came from. Y'all just want this to be like the 1950s. You don't even know what the 80s was like.
Advocating for women not being able to stand by windows. However, if you say to women, hey, casual sex and hookup culture will not be a benefit to you into the future, it is going to increase your rate of having children early, it's going to increase your STD rate, and it's going to greatly, vastly increase the chances that a man in the future is not going to take you serious for a long-term relationship. You buck up at these things because they feel constraining to you. You want to avoid basic human biology, basic human rules, to posture that women should play in a playpen full of no consequences for their actions. It's absurd. Marriage rates have been on the decline. Divorce rates have been on the rise since the introduction of modern feminism, of the birth control pill, and this sexual revolution. Correlation does not always equal causation, but why can we not take a look at those things and determine that they may be related? Rules have always existed to protect both men and women.
So what do you mean?
So first of all, I don't agree with you. If I can just say that I don't...
I want you guys to pay attention to these conversations, because the reason why I like these conversations is that a woman can say that stupid shit to a man and get away with it unchallenged. Even if the man knows what he's talking about, women can say that stupid shit to a man and get away with it unchallenged. When they're talking to other women, especially other women that pulled that same bullshit on men, they have to use their brain power. And this makes them exhausted because they never really had to think before they say certain things. And other women call them out. They have to use their brain power before they lie. All right? Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. It's Player Talk Radio. We are back in the swing of things. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Let's get it.
I don't agree that we are encouraging monogamy. I think we're encouraging polygamy. And I don't mean marriage polygamy. I mean multiple partners. Young people are hooking up. I wrote an article for the Institute for Family Studies on why and the statistics on the hookup culture and what it's doing to young people in terms of their mental health. It's causing them to feel more depressed, more anxious, more embarrassed, having more regrets, self-esteem issues. It's got some major implications, and we're talking the statistics say 72 to 82%.
Studies show that hookup culture can negatively affect mental health and self-esteem, but mainly when the encounters are emotionally unfulfilling or driven by pressure rather than personal choice. It is safe to say that hookup culture, by and large, negatively impacts women way more than men. Women are way more emotionally driven than men when it comes to sex. And
the funny part, if anybody's restricting them and telling them they can't do this and they can't do that, it's other women. It's other women that view them as competition. It's in the other woman's best interest to fuck off other women. It's in other women's best interest to fuck off the next woman.
Some STDs that they can't even feel, and men can't get pregnant.
72% of young men and 82% of women, young women, are feeling depressed and anxious after these casual sexual encounters.
And they blame it on men.
Tinder has an ad that says, "Meet the love of your night." What it does is it takes something so sacred and intimate, and it turns it into something not just casual, but it turns it into something irrelevant, unimportant, and dangerous, if you ask me, emotionally dangerous. And it can be physically dangerous. If you're having casual sex, you could get a sexually transmitted disease. AIDS is still around. I think in a way, what we've taught our kids and what I encourage the young people that I work with is that experiment with sex. Care about the people that you're experimenting with. Find people who care about you and who you care about. So that structure.
Can I just counter about this sort of idyllic option of monogamy? In the United Kingdom, the police receive a domestic abuse-related call every 30 seconds. Yet it's estimated that less than 24% of domestic abuse crime is reported to the police. 1 in 4 women in England and Wales will experience domestic abuse in her lifetime.
Is that including same-sex relationships? Because those have the highest rates of domestic violence and abuse.
On average, nearly 2 women are killed a week in this country. And I know that America has a similar story, but probably worse because there's guns. This is around the world. It's the same in Australia. It is not an either or. It's not that women were so happy and fulfilled in the 1950s because their husbands would go to work. And I mean, watch Mad Men, which is it's a sort of researched idea of how things often were for women then and men, and how, Don Draper would go off into the city. He would have a fulfilling career. Then he would sleep with any number of women and come home to his wife who knew he was having affairs, who could sense it, who could vibe it, who could smell the perfume, and had to just put up with it until she couldn't any longer. Mm-hmm. And she was at risk of STDs because he was going out and doing whatever he wanted.
Okay, and those women were also cheating because it came out later. Those women were also cheating with the damn milkman and the damn mailman. And it's even worse now because now you got the Amazon man and you got all kinds of men dropping off quote-unquote packages.
The idea that
those women while he went to work, they weren't the most faithful people neither. Let's keep that 100.
Monogamy is this utopia. And since we've gone into a more hookup culture, I still think there's a hell of a lot of pressure for people to find the right one. Yes, people
Hookup culture been going on.
hook up before they find the right one, but there is pressure to have the rom-com ending. Most people, if they're hooking up, are hooking up to have sexual satisfaction while they are looking for a longer-term relationship. Or they're not, and they're really happy single, and they're finding fulfillment. And that is the spaciousness and the freedom and the autonomy to do that. I love that women can choose that now.
Okay.
I love that women can say, I'm really happy single. This
and they're more depressed now. War Master said one mailman nearly had 1,500 kids. God damn. Dropping off real packages. You see? Right. They were cheating. Just as much, if not more.
Settling for someone who's not good enough for me, or it doesn't suit me, or it doesn't fit me, doesn't have to happen for me anymore. I can live my...
And I'm not saying that in a way to justify their husband's cheating. Definitely not saying that. I'm just saying in general, they were cheating.
full self, and maybe my career is more important to me, or fulfilling, or my friendships, or my desire for travel. I love that we have...
Half the time, both of y'all are cheating. You just got caught first. Y'all don't even realize that. Half the time, both the husband and the wife is cheating. He just got caught first. And then she pull a Cassie in the court, you know?
Options.
Listen, this is not an argument based off of options. I think everybody should live their life how it is that they see fit with whatever information that they have. But the issue is options without identifying consequences. The feminist woman just listened to the anti-feminist woman talk about all of these negative implications for both men and women when it refers to the hookup culture. And in return, she's quoting TV series, completely taking her opinion elsewhere and then rounding it out and about to...
I want to see the feminist woman talk to Bonnie Blue. That's what y'all need to put up. I want to see the feminist woman talk to Bonnie Blue. Because she's a product of that. All of this hooking up and oh, it's such a great idea. We don't like the patriarchy. We're going to have sex with the patriarchy. Fuck the patriarchy.
Just love that we have the option to do so. This mindset and this lack of accountability within the mindset is absolutely destroying women and society as a whole. Sex is no longer considered cherished.
And I'm going to be fair, like MTR and a lot of other guys in these spaces, they're mad that they can't take advantage of the sexual marketplace on the internet as much as women can neither. So, come on now.
Expected, but treated like casual entertainment. And when it's treated like casual entertainment, and not that one of its main purposes is to create life, that's how you get the abortion rate at last year in New York having more abortions than births within the Black community. Women just seem to forget that they will always be impacted more than men when it comes to this sexual revolution. Why? Because of key biological differences. Men historically have been built for multiple partners. We can't get pregnant, which is one of the reasons why marriage was established by men to protect women to ensure their stability. And today, the protection is just cast aside as feminism pushes promiscuity over commitment, leaving women more vulnerable now than ever because no real man is going to want to deal with a woman that has actively participated in hookup culture. And let's say for the ones that did live a high body count, high promiscuity life, shout out to Cassie. She still found her male white knight simp at the end of the day. But knowing from the type of men that she's come from, she not there for that man anyway. He was just a cleanup man. Quick emergency meeting. I was recently searching for my name online and found way...
Well, he's invested now because he's a dad. That's probably the only thing really keeping him around at this point. That money and that he's a dad. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. 2 hours and 6 minutes into the madness.
3. That's way more than enough time to see if your personal data has been exposed. Go now.
I want the women.
3. That's way more than enough time to
exposed, y'all. Go to you've been hacked.
See if your personal data has been exposed. Go now.
I want the women watching this to appreciate all the options that they have. All the options that they have. If they want to be single,
don't even know
if they want to hook up, if they're looking, but in the meantime having that sexual freedom, I want them to have it all. But if what they want is this monogamy that you're talking about, to find the love of their life and settle down
and feminism was
have
originally
2 children or whatever they want, I want them to have that too.
Feminism was originally also to hypersexualize women into lesbianism. Feminism were lesbian training camps. Uh-oh.
Can I ask, do you think that there is a cost to hookup culture and casual sex?
Thank you.
In regards to the implications it has on women, as Erica was implying, psychologically?
Come on.
And is that more adverse in women than men?
I think human beings can suffer from too much choice. Like we know that if you put 800 varieties of jam out on a supermarket shelf, people will buy less jam than if you put out 8.
Yes.
Because they get confused and they just think, oh God, I don't know, none of it then. And they walk away. I think
unless, but the difference is that some of those jam options are marketed. They're branded as easy, as cool. They get placed in front of us with music and then supplemented by mainstream media down to daytime talk shows, down to their funky ass little podcasts where they seem to always have some type of sex toy that they advertise within it. But since she's utilizing analogies, let's go there. You guys know how popular of a product cigarettes were before they reached the Surgeon General's warning? Hookup culture and the way that modern day feminism advertise it is promoting cigarettes without the Surgeon General's warning. I'll be the Surgeon General. And this is coming from a man who greatly benefited from the hookup culture. I had a lot of fun, you heard? Let's go.
The fact that we have young people sitting in a bar on a hinge date, and while that person goes to the bar, they're like, what else is out there? I think that's bad for human beings.
Mm-hmm.
I think
no, but that's option.
That is bad for women, for men, for non-binary people. That's bad for everybody.
But this sort of sacredness, Erica was alluding to a sacredness of sex itself.
Yes, I think that is not a thing, that we are somehow finding women find sex more sacred than men.
But I didn't say that women find it. I think it's sacred for men and women, but
Yeah. So you were speaking to sort of sacredness to it. And I know, Louise, in your work, you've talked about how there's different implications for men and women as it relates to casual sex.
So I think that hookup culture basically is better suited to the average preferences of men than of women. So the average preferences of men are more likely to be towards the having lots of partners, jumping into bed really quickly, into the spectrum, basically. And this is what psychologists call sociosexuality. So men are generally more unrestricted in their sociosexuality than are women. And hookup culture favors the highly sociosexual. And actually, you can see this if you look at campus dating culture.
I was just about to say this. You walk up to 50 women up on a campus of one guy and be like, listen, let's go back to my room and let's go shag. How many of those women gonna say yes? Not a lot. I would say less than 5%. Well, on college campuses nowadays, let's say less than 15%. You switch that around. You have, a smooth, mild baddie. Let's say like an 8 walk up to 50 men on a college campus. How many men you think is going to say yes? Like 90%, 95%, depending upon.
Back in the day, dudes would have said yes also and thought they were getting lucky. Nowadays, dudes will do it because they think they're going to be on some podcast, or if there's some clout attached to it, or, that's why I'm surprised, but then again, I'm not, that the guys that was dealing with Bonnie Blue, they knew what was going on. Or hopefully they signed an NDA, because she's going to catch a Diddy case. Speaking of Diddy case, y'all stick around. We got somebody. We they can't go after Jay. They're trying to go after Jay-Z, but y'all, I got some new people. Not even some new people. They're bringing back up an old case. You know who they're going after, right? Speaking of Candace Owens and stuff like that, they're going after somebody else y'all know. But stick around. We'll get into that. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. They got to put Jay-Z on the back burner right now. They're going after somebody else y'all know. All right.
On the campus.
And sexual cultures, which are interesting because in a way, university campuses are almost a closed environment. You've got all these young, horny people hanging out, not very much to do, and like interacting with one another. And on campuses,
and people are lying. Like Girls Gone Wild wasn't a thing before the internet. Black people, we had Freaknik. So let's see who gonna lie about that. Black people, we had Freaknik. White people had like Girls Gone Wild and a whole bunch of other stuff going on. See more butts and all them other people from back in the day. So hookup culture was around then too. Don't let these people lie to you. All of a sudden, there's this group of elite men that women are wholeheartedly listening to and not rebelling against, telling them that they can't do this and they can't do that all of a sudden. Fuck out of here.
Which have more men than women. So the women are the scarcer resource, basically.
This would think about what I'm telling y'all, all right? This would make sense if women actually listened to men. Wouldn't it? Like they're acting like they're obedient to men. Oh, he told me not to wear this dress. Let me not wear it. Because a man told me not to wear it. And he can exert his power that I'm so afraid. Bitches ain't even afraid of men. You tell a bitch not to wear something nowadays, she'll tell you to go fuck off. With a cigarette in her mouth. So where's this group of boogeymen that these women are listening to telling them all of this stuff? Yeah, Seymour Butts is crazy. War Master says 70% of MTR is silly. There were a number of dudes that turned chicks down. Yeah. Oh wait, you said 70% MTR. My bad, bro. I'm discombobulated. 70% MTR is silly. There were a number of dudes that turned chicks down. True.
Assuming everyone's heterosexual, right? They tend to have more conservative sexual cultures, so more monogamy, less hooking up. People wait longer to have sex, etc. On campuses,
her shirt is throwing me off, y'all. Peacock shirt.
Is where there are fewer men and more women, which increasingly is true of all universities, actually,
60
because
to 40,
exactly, you have the opposite. You have more hookup culture because basically the men are the scarce resource and they can set the terms. And
this is so important to understand. So when you have men as a scarce resource, scarcer.
Oh man, women are just listening to men, y'all. They're just everything men say. They're cooperating. They're not rebelling. They're just law-abiding citizens. Oh my God, I'm just doing what the men told me. They're suppressing me and holding me back.
Resource than women. Well, then the women, having less options, give into more so what the male wants, which is more non-committal, casual encounters.
Men prefer more hookup culture. There are obviously exceptions, this is all true, but at the population.
Men prefer hookup culture? We actually, never mind.
Level, I think that's really good evidence that actually women en masse don't like hookup culture and are actually engaging with it because they sort of have to.
What you're talking about there is very young women who have just left home. It's their first exploration into sex.
These women are out of touch with the world. Very young women. Man, these bras are on OnlyFans. What? Oh, it's because men are forcing hookup culture on them. Women benefit off of hookup culture. They set the stage for it. They're looking for attention. What are we talking about?
Baby.
Now, if you ask a 32-year-old woman in London who knows her
She's on OnlyFans too. And benefiting off of hookup culture.
body, who knows her preferences, who knows what kind of man turns her on, who can talk about these things and communicate, and you ask her, do you regret that?
A promiscuous woman right now, why wouldn't they not be in hookup? That's a no-brainer. Why would they not be engaging in hookup culture?
Hookup, she'll be like, no, I worked really hard this week. I was literally looking forward to it, and it was wonderful. If you ask that same woman, do you regret any of the hookups you had when you were a fresher? She'll be like, oh my God, I didn't know myself. I didn't know how to ask what I wanted. The boys were terrible at it because they didn't know themselves. I don't think universities are a great place to get this information, because that is when you are literally just exploring and going, is this anything? And we're all too embarrassed to say what we want or to say how that we like. Oh. So you've got to put into that mix. Boys are told, you got to get laid. You got to get laid, otherwise you're not cool. Young women are told, you don't want too high a body count.
They're not. No, they're not. That's a lie. No, they're not. Women are told you got to get laid also. Don't lie. God damn, they be just sitting up here lying all day.
You're going to get slut shamed. So you're talking about 18-year-olds don't know themselves yet.
Oh my God.
And you're saying when the men are scarce a resource, it's one way, women another way. That is exactly what I would expect to see.
You're talking about 18-year-olds that don't know themselves yet.
So she's fighting for and proud of the choice of options, cool. But then disqualifies a microcosm of a society, yet a college campus, to demonstrates that there are regrets within hookup culture. So within her inability to answer what are the consequences of hookup culture, she actually just answered it right there. Meanwhile, the young lady that went through all of this regret and trauma, relationship trauma within her 20s, you might get to her in her late 20s, early 30s, and you just like, I can't really touch this seriously with a 20-foot pole. But non-committal situationship, oh yeah, we can do that all day. Since the beginning of times.
In our sexual culture where, yes, there's some structure, yes, there are some rules, but we are much, much more sexually, not just liberal, but even libertine than, say, the sexual culture of our grandparents or whatever. I think everyone ought to be able to agree on that. There clearly is a change now in the sexual culture from previous generations, and it's mostly to do with the pill, as I argue. But the expectation is kind of, as you say, that you just have to figure it out. Like, there isn't a very clear template. Yes, maybe there isn't. I think that Deborah, you're actually right that most people do in the end aspire to monogamy and having children and everything. But there's also an expectation that you're supposed to experiment a bit in the meantime, and it's kind of actually weird to be a virgin on your wedding night. And
it's pushed by women. It's pushed by women. Women are going through a hormonal imbalance as a young girl. It's pushed by women. A lot of these women are fast. That shit is pushed by women.
And I think that, yes,
aren't women the ones running around here? Men don't know what they're doing in bed. And they're minute men. And they don't know how to please women. Women are sleeping with young girls and men and grown men and boys when they're young. Women are getting licked on by women when they're young, but it's men that's pushing this shit on them. Okay.
Have to tread this really difficult tightrope where on the one hand they are at risk of slut shaming, but they're also at risk of being called frigid. They are much, much more at risk actually of being called frigid than in previous generations.
What's wrong with frigid?
Y'all know now. Did y'all know there's a lesbian? I don't know. I think she's in the Caribbean or in Jamaica or something right now. People are getting mad at her because she's a stud, and she's like, I'm in the tropics right now, and I'm finna get my cheeks clapped and all this other stuff. And they're like getting mad at her, saying that she's fake gay and all this other stuff, other women and shit like that. And she's sitting up there saying, listen, I'm in another part of the world. them dudes out there are are not from where I'm from. She's like, I'll be damned if I be out here in Jamaica and all these places and not get my damn cheeks clapped. And this is a stud. And the funny part about all of that shit, right, is because what she's saying is absolutely true. A lot of reasons why these girls turn lesbians and lesbitarians, shout outs to Beachy, and they turn into studs and do a bunch of stupid shit is because not necessarily they're stuck in their environment, but because they're in their environment. Man, if that woman had traveled the world and lived her life and learned a couple of things, that goofy little broad would not be no damn Jordans cosplaying as a man and doing half the dumb shit that she's doing right now. Yeah, you go traveling and that shit wake your ass up. Like, damn, what the hell? Like, what would you have been before that? You know? Tackman says social dynamics. By the way, women. By the way, men and women has drastically changed as the years go by. Forget about it. This old right one will come for you and yeah. They're still waiting on a chance encounter. You know, that's what we call a chance encounter. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, bronze. You see what I'm saying? Like their environment is making them do that stupid shit. Half these women would have had a chance at being a woman if they were in other places and stuff like that. They weren't. They just wrapped up in their environment. I get it. You know, you can be a product of your environment. Nobody say, you know. But when people look at you like, yeah, you delusional or yeah, you tripping and stuff like that, yeah, that stud went out into the real world and it's like, dang, all of that stupid shit I was doing back at home, none of that shit means a damn thing. Yeah, that's why I be trying to tell some of these dudes in the street, some of these gangbangers, FBG duck types and stuff like that. You up there getting shot up and all kinds of stupid shit back at home and stuff like that. Didn't even get to see the damn world yet and realize like, dang, all of that stuff at home, goofy. The world as people know it, y'all. And I hate to say it, the world, quote unquote, as people know it, is attached to their cell phone. So even if it's something like a job or something, get out there and go see the world. Even if it's America. There's a lot of places in America that y'all can go see and visit and stuff like that and change up your whole mindset. In America, you don't got to go to Mexico or all these other places. Shout outs to War Master. War Master, he be trucking and driving all over the place. You never know what city he's in. He be on the East Coast in a matter of hours and on the West Coast in a matter of hours. And I know we've seen some places right here in the USA that's like, dang, if other people could just get out of their comfort zone and go see this. You know? Meanwhile, you got people on the internet trying to tell y'all how the world works. And like I said, never been on an airplane. That's how their world works. And then when you have a cell phone, which is like a world within your hand, it throw a lot of people off. you know. So I ain't gonna lie. People was on there, mad at that woman. And it's like, hey, she not wrong. She actually got more sense. There was a woman on the whatever podcast that was saying the same thing. I got some stuff coming up for you guys. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. A woman on the whatever podcast said that she was a whole we talked about it on the last show. You know how she said a whole feminist. Had the haircut and everything, and then she realized how dumb it was when she grew up a little bit. Shout out to Toya. We were just talking about that on the last show. Yeah, when you were young, even in feminism, that shit was gang gang. Gang 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 gang. And then you grow older and it's like, God damn, bills, bills. Bills, 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 bills. Paying so much bills you forgot you was a feminist. And now you probably want a man at this point.
The idea that we can escape from social judgment around our sexual choices is probably not realistic. I think that basically that's what humans are like. We do just tend to be judgmental about this. But anyway, I don't think it's very wise to subject girls to this experience, is how I would put it. To say that you have to.
And this was, Yeah, that zone comfort, Miss V. That's what really kills people. They say everything you want is right outside your comfort zone. You got to do things that'll put you out your zone comfort. Which you know, Miss V. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. So yeah, that shit get crazy, y'all. He said feminists are the biggest gang on the internet. Yeah. Yeah, that shit is crazy. But one thing I gotta say, which is creepy, and like I said, they blame it on the men, is that you have all of these older women that damn near can't even produce kids anymore, making decisions for the younger women. And these younger women that they grow up and repeat the same lies and blame it on men. They blame that shit on men.
To go through the hookup culture.
I know people who are opting out. I know young people who are absolutely opting out. They're not no freedom at all.
I'm going to agree with her and say freedom has become a pressure. There's become a societal pressure to be free. So
I know many young people who are opting out of the apps.
Okay, I'm a therapist and I see so many young people and I give lectures and people come up to me. So I can say, and I write books about adolescence, and I'm going to say that mostly the term hookup culture is used between 15 and 30. So you're correct in saying a 32-year-old woman should have the right to have sex with whoever the hell she wants to have sex with. And I'm right there with you. She should have choice, whatever. But young women, young men who are developing emotionally, mentally.
Should not have the right.
No.
They shouldn't have the right.
Let me, can I finish?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, sorry. So you interrupted, so I didn't get to finish.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. So they're more vulnerable. They are more vulnerable emotionally to what the hookup culture does to them. There's a lot of research to say that it causes loneliness, depression, anxiety, emptiness, tons of regret, embarrassment, shame, self-esteem issues.
They don't know what to do.
And so Of course we want freedom. In fact, I'm probably more in agreement with you on most.
Them young dudes don't know what to do. They don't know how to use the internet. And these women got to stop getting on here lying, talking about somebody's holding them back from fucking the world. Who the hell is holding these women back from fucking the world? If you own a phone, you can engage in hookup culture. Who is holding these women back from hooking up? You know, what's going on, Chaos?
Oh, that's good, man. That
What's going on?
restream, is that more affordable, the live stream restream, than
Ask me this stuff off air because there's a lot of people that be hating and shit, and
Oh,
I'm
go,
not
go.
trying to get them that
I'm
information. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. But yeah, go ahead. I got you, Chaos.
You got me. Okay, all right. We'll talk in Discord. You call me in Discord.
Yeah.
In regards to the Crimson Cure, I had the rebuttal. I did cover it, but I cover only her portion with the so-called Sudi Muslim bitch that was on there. The one that was challenging Candace Owen. That's the one I covered.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday.
I gotta get to that part because she was
You had to get to it immediately. That right there, bro. That chick. Listen, if Candace only knew, if she, you know what she needs to start doing? She needs to start asking some of these ladies questions, some serious questions, right? And know where they're at, what foundation they are, right? Before proceeding with the debate. Because what happens is you have this chick that's talking about you're educated women do better raising kids, all this stuff. And obviously Candace and Charles are educate on what? And you mean educate married to a man or educate as a single mother? She asked her these questions because she don't know who she's having this conversation with. If she really knew this woman is an OnlyFans chick, Candace would have a different outlook of how to deal with her.
Wait, so it was a Muslim woman that does OnlyFans?
Yeah, if you look at the, you want me to show the actual video? And it's not played, but like you see.
Well, no, I was gonna go over it, but dang, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Yeah, that was actually on the cover of one of her previous streams, and that's who she focused on because I recognize her from the whatever podcast, and this chick right here, she's debated a lot of guys on there, and she debated with her friend, her other Muslim friend.
Yeah, I got a whatever clip that I was gonna get into later on in the show. Okay.
Yeah, and she having the conversation with these dudes. Hell, she had a conversation with Satan the Sinner, and Satan said demolish her, right? And when I looked her up, I said, "Oh, this bitch not only has an OnlyFans, she's on she's an adult actress on those major P sites." Upper is showing getting her cheeks clapped, and she has a dad.
And she's a practicing Muslim, like she claims.
No, she's her last name is Jafari. She's Muslim.
Oh, okay.
But the funny thing is, it's like you Saudi white Muslims chicks that you live here in America to enjoy the glory, the freedom. You can't do that bullshit back home.
Not
they
so
will cut
openly. Yeah, not so
no,
openly.
they get well, regardless openly or not, they will scimitar her ass. Hell, look at what do you call Mia Khalifa. She said she can't go back to Lebanon if she wanted to.
Well, that's because they know her face, though. But you got girls in Lebanon doing what Mia Khalifa is doing. Don't get it twisted. You got women in Dubai and all these other places, reckless. Like these people aren't getting acid and all of that stuff thrown on them and shit at the rate that they lie to y'all in America about. Of course, yeah, they strict on that and they stop that, but how comes we don't have all of that stuff going on in America, yet we got the most women talking about we've been told that we can't do this and we can't do that and we can't. It's like, girl, it is 2025. Like that lie don't even work anymore. And who's telling them that? That means every man at some point has told a woman what they can't do. Have you ever told a woman what she can't do? I know you're upset about some of the stuff that they've done, but we still don't go out there and run around and tell women what they can't do. And look, we're channel holders, so we could even say it on our channel if we wanted to. Have you? Which one of y'all dudes went out there and told women what they can't do? Dudes will complain about you wearing a dress or be like, "Did y'all see what she wore at the awards? Or did y'all see this? Or did y'all see that?" And that's as far as it goes. They already did it. Who's telling them that they can't do what they wanted to do?
Yeah.
It's always some boogeyman, some hypothetical niggas sitting in the cut telling them that they can't do shit. The same thing when they're trying to get a guy to do something, they will tell you that another guy would do it for them, trying to get the guy that don't want to do that for them to do it for them. And they never show the guy that can do it for him. It's like, okay, well, why aren't you with the guy that can do it for you? Why are you trying to get me to do it for you? And why are you telling me that another guy would do it for you and you're not with him? Where he
Exactly.
at? Why is there always some mythical nigga that will take her to Roof Chris and do all of this stuff, and she happened to not be with him? Like, that shit don't make
Yeah,
no
man.
difference.
Yeah, what you would do, the next nigga don't have to do, and that's what it is, the way it is. And
No, but
I'm not
even
sure
if
you
there is
can.
a nigga that would do that, where he at? Why ain't you with him?
Because he's good for dick. That's it.
Nah, not even that. It's just she probably a fun time and then bounce. Like, it's like, you know, why are you telling me, about what he's doing, and you not with him? You know,
You're right.
just thinking out loud. This feminist woman is contradicting herself and crushing this woman, though. All of these women are up here making choices for the younger women, and the younger women turn around and start blaming men in their age group and men in general for the choices that other lesbian women and feminist women have subjected them to, that don't even have those options, and they're trying to put that together, plus the attention that they're receiving on the internet that none of these women up here can fathom. These girls are receiving the type of attention on the internet that these women could only dream about. And these women are trying to control how those women move. And those women ain't going to sit back and say, hey, it was these other women that really fucked us over. No, they're going to say it's men. And justify it as a way to treat men a certain way. I haven't heard not one sister say, yo, Susan B. Anthony really fucked us up. Yo, put down that bell hooks book. Huh?
Oh, they're not gonna do that. They're never gonna do that.
I never heard one say it. All the pick-me's that ever exist, I never heard one say it. All of that shit is they just repeating men and stuff like that. You could just hear a woman and be like, you got brothers around you, don't you? Or you got an uncle or somebody that you hang around, because you didn't come up with that on your own. I know you didn't. Y'all stole that. Somebody that was listening to us was around you, or you may have directly was listening to us, and that's where you got that idea from. You people don't even be doing their history to be coming up with these analogies and shit like that, All of a sudden, somebody woke up and just started talking like that, and the analogy just came out of nowhere, out of thin air,
Things than you think. But in this, I say that freedom can become its own prison. So if you think about the early feminists,
we said that with
the really early feminists, Mary Wollstonecraft, Mary Shelley, those women were fighting patriarchy. They were fighting a system.
It's a lot different.
That said they had to be a certain way. So of course I don't accept what Iran does to women. I mean, that, but what's happened is if
Have you been to Iran to confirm that? Lady, people haven't even been. Have you been to Iran to confirm that? How do you know Iran is doing that to women?
pendulum swings too far, you have a different kind of patriarchy on the other side.
Right, Cortez.
You know, we say the extreme left and the extreme right actually meet in the middle. And so have we just not, we never want to take choice away. The idea of taking choice away from women to have sex with whoever they want to have sex with, that's not the point of this. It's, have we created a society which pressures young women in its own way to be promiscuous, to have lots of experiences? It's not all glorious, freedom. It is glorious, but it's also not all glorious. And it can be a pressure on young people to get rid of their virginity, to have lots of sexual experiences. And it's not all it's cracked up to be for them. It really isn't. In terms of their mental health, again, they are more, we say 9 to 25, early 27 in young men is the second critical period of brain development, where they are very susceptible to their relational.
It ain't about.
Could have gone? Oh, he must have dropped. Make sure you guys like button and share the stream. You know, this is Kuda, what we call mental chew after hour with Chaos Rain on the panel. You know I do. You know how I go. Oh, make sure you subscribe to my channel to Chaos Rain Show. You know, as well. So I'm not sure what I'm about to do tonight, but I'll figure something. And as you know, mediocre tutorial reviews is looking at this feminist debate, and he's giving his insight, his take. I think, oh damn, yeah, he's getting his system back online, so hope he gets back online soon. Can y'all guys hear me out here? I like this restream. It the setup's nice. It's beautiful. Yeah, I might look into it. If anything under $30, I might buy it. And why not? The only thing I want to see is this thing got vertical stream, live stream. I'm hoping it does, but who knows? It should match my cell phone, you know? Yeah. Let me check what I got my background. Let's take a look. Oh yeah.
All right, my bad. I'm back. I don't know what the hell happened. All right, my bad. I was saying I don't even want feminist-minded women around to even be walking around with those numbers and stats, because that's just another way of them to figure out how to control little boys.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really what it is. It's just another way for them to figure out how to control little boys, because that's what young girls are doing. Some of y'all don't remember thinking back when y'all were a little boy, how women would experiment on you in your age. Women be experimenting on men when they young. They know damn well those dudes in their age range is not in their age range socially. They be experimenting on on the younger men.
They want to suck the little boys' things off early, man. Get them right real early, bro.
Well, not even just that. I mean socially, but yeah, that too.
It said, "Oh, you like 10 or 12? Look like your thing is at the right size. I'm gonna do you real right. I'm saying I'll break
No,
you."
they ask about puberty and stuff like that, but not even just that. I'm talking about socially. They run all kinds of social experiments and stuff, and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, they do experiment on those young dudes. That's not talked about, but yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
All right.
Y'all, please hit the like button. I'm trying to fix this damn signal. My signal is fried. Please support the show, y'all. If you guys are enjoying the show and soaking up. All right, let's get back into it. Let's go.
Experiences and their environment. And so in that period of development, which is mostly what we use the term hookup culture for, it's in that very young developmental period. It's not just in college, it's throughout their 20s, until that woman becomes 32. That's a very vulnerable brain. And so we have created a culture that confuses that brain, that offers too many choices, that pressures them into having multiple partners and many experiences, and leaves them feeling empty and lonely.
She just absolutely mic dropped on the end of that, and there's about 2 hours to go left in this conversation. Guys, I'm gonna leave a link to it down in the description box down below in case you want to conclude this all out. Shit, I might actually go live and just review like this whole thing so we.
Yeah, I might do this on the next show. Shout outs to MTR. Yeah. That shit is crazy though, Chaos. Like, like I said, they've been experimenting with men for the longest time.
Oh yeah. They love it because it's another form of control. So they gotta find ways of manipulation, because that's their strength. How I can manipulate this male to be
Yeah,
undermined.
get what they want out of you. That's how it's like. You gotta, learn the game when you're young. You definitely got to learn the game when you're young. If you don't get played out of your, out of your candy or whatever the hell you got. Not Thanksgiving. I mean, that's your Valentine's Day candy and all. You gotta make sure you're not getting played.
Yeah.
And it's better the younger you are. It's better to get played when you're young, because when you start getting into adulthood and stuff like that, shit, it's game over. All right. All right. Let's get into the next segment real quick. We're gonna get back onto the feminist thing. The next group of people that they're going after, as y'all know, especially with this flew out thing. Actually, let me do this first. I'm not even gonna mention who they're going after next. I'm gonna bring this up, and then I'm gonna mention who they're going after next. So a lot of people are looking at this Diddy case, and like I said on the last couple of shows, and while we were covering this case, is that Diddy messed up people getting flued out. So now if you got flued out, mess it up for a lot of women. Women mess it up for a lot of women. Now they try to blame it on Diddy. If you got flued out or you flew a woman out, she might be able to come back and say, hey, Mr. Man with money that flew me out and gave me a good time and made sure I got home safe. Ruby Rose could probably sue TJ. That's on camera. Check this out.
So basically, getting flued out is illegal. If you live in another state and somebody flies you out to their state, and there may have already been some conversation about having sex with someone, there's any conversation about money being involved, that is illegal. That's crazy.
I just want to know, like, all NYC men are so just broke.
So isn't that entrapment? And you got women calling men broke. You're broke because you won't break the law and fly me out.
Broke and stingy. Like, mind you, they be having like the most grand Instagrams, BMW, Spider, all this stuff that will give you the idea that, okay, maybe they got something going on. Till you actually start talking to them, and they're the brokest, stingiest, non-generous people I've ever met in my life. Like, I just don't understand. Like, I'm just not used to this, you know?
Yes, my brothers. These types of women are on the verge of extinction. You see, while the old bitter sisterhood celebrates the downfall of one of the most generous tricks of this decade, these younger 304s haven't yet realized that Cassie and 50 Cent's baby mother may have significantly disrupted their pay-for-play racket. Think about all of these aspiring Glorrillas and Ari Fletchers. Who exactly are their top customers? Who were their liposuction procedures and BBLs really intended to attract? Yes, they all wanted a sugar ditty. Yeah, I need to start copywriting these terms. But here's the catch. Every true sugar ditty has a Sal, aka a lawyer. And yes, the message or precedent established by this court case is unmistakably clear. Drake.
Drake?
Oh, excuse me. Let me explain. If you plan on buying a ticket, aka flying a woman out, and expect sex at some point during that arrangement, well, my friend, you are now officially breaking the law.
All right now, fellas, y'all just learned something and did it trial, right? Don't fly these females out. If she want to get flued out, let her fly herself out to come see you, baby. Because you heard what they said, flying somebody out to engage in sexual activities to get you in jail. You can get a trafficking charge on you. So I feel like that's about to be the new setup.
And let me tell y'all something. That trafficking charge, that's a pimp's charge, damn near. So play around with that in jail. Put pimp charges on people that's flying people out. Trafficking women. Fuck out of here.
Yes, I can already hear the laughter of the passport bros echoing in the background.
You said what?
It said get flew out and get a charge. Ain't that a bitch? Just flew. It said get flew out, baby. And then you're gonna give me a charge. Say we're gonna slap you with this trafficking thing. You're gonna do 5 to 10 years. Hard time, my nigga.
Yeah, you paid for it. And I think if you send her the money and she used the money to go buy it in her name, they might still slap that on you because you're trying to get around it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, it makes me want to say, how you want these bitches to make money? How they gonna get money and these dudes can't spend and bring them to where they at? I'm not gonna go where you at. You're gonna
stop
come
being a
where I'm
hoe.
at.
Stop being a hoe.
They can't because you're laying off thousands of women. They're gonna be hoes.
But the women are fucking that up. Women have always fucked up. That's what I'm saying. Even down to the feminists that we were just watching, to what we're watching right now. Women have always fucked it up for other women, and they turn around and blame it on men. Diddy didn't fuck this up. The women did. We're gonna blame it on Diddy though. Like every day they do something to make men step away. They've already killed chivalry. They've already killed foreplay. They've already killed romance. They already killed public display of affection. And they've already killed courtship. They're killing hookups now. So men are going to go into isolation or get pushed towards AI. Robots. The ones that are active, these are the men that are active, y'all. You know how much men are inactive? hey, keep on playing.
Background. Sure, a perfectly shaped Dominican mango may have drugged him and stole his wallet with $300 in it. But damn, at least he got some tonsil-touching head without federal charges being filed against him. Yes, my brothers, no more spirit flights for no-soul BBL chicks. Ask yourself, is it worth it? Why fly the men when you can fly yourself out to another country? Come on, lose your wealth and reputation for a Cassie? Those of you who have been to the Philippines know that Cassie is a mid-tier basic girl out here. Out there. But hey.
When it comes to females, if the dude ain't doing what she want him to do, she gonna try to set the man up by saying he was trafficking her. He flew her out to engage in sexual activities.
That's right. As soon as you get out of line, she'll pull her trump card, aka sex trafficking.
You will never know a woman until she has leverage on you. You could be with a woman 5-10 years. Until she has leverage on you, that's the only time you're gonna know who she really is. When she gets pregnant or when you get married. That's when her true colors show. I'm so scared to ever let a woman get leverage on me. I had a friend, he was begging his baby mama, I'll send you $1,000 just to send me a picture of my child. Women wield power like a tyrant. You have to manufacture situations to test that woman before you get her pregnant, before you get married, because you
Now men starting to call women tyrants now. Oh boy, my influence. Listen,
will never know.
And this is the perfect moment to introduce another piece of precedent, or better yet, a key term you need to get familiar with. Our word for the day is coercion. So what exactly is coercion? Well, in the post-Diddy era, it's when you use force, threats, manipulation, blackmail, intimidation, or psychological pressure to make someone do something they wouldn't freely choose to do. You know, like providing sex or performing sex acts for money.
Girls are like, oh, I got flued out and all this happened and it was by a rapper or athlete. Like, let's be real. You know why you were getting flued out in the first place, okay? It wasn't that you were going to go down there and miraculously change this man's mind, okay? You knew what you were going out there to do. No means no, okay? Let's just get that clear. But you knew why you were going down there. So if this man is not your boyfriend, if you guys are not spending quality time, if you guys are not talking all the time, and I'm not talking about a week or two leading up to the time that he's flying you out, you already know what you doing when you hop on that Delta flight when you make it in Cabo, okay? You like, let's be for real. Like, y'all gotta start being honest with yourself, and you need to take some accountability. Like, you cannot be mad at these men because you already knew what you was doing, okay? And by no means am I saying that that's acceptable in any means scales, but you knew why you were going in the first place. Like, let's be honest.
Now, in this post-Diddy era, we have to ask ourselves, what exactly is psychological pressure? I mean, that can be anything. Now, remember, we're talking about women who genuinely believe that a man making eye contact with them at the gym is a crime.
Flashback.
Ow! It stresses me out. Don't look at me!
Is this the game you really want to play?
So men, protect yourself. Please protect yourself. Because this shit is about to open up a whole new can of worms. Because a lot of us didn't even know that that was a thing. So many women get flued out. So many men brag about flying women out.
That's cap. Women knew what the hell it was. Getting flued out is like a old. That's cap. We didn't know what it was. That's cap. Women are nosy as fuck. They know what everything is. That's cap.
But y'all know it's always a lot of backlash and fallout when shit like that be happening. So now men, these women can actually put a charge on you for human trafficking. So tread lightly.
It's funny how no broke man in history has ever been charged with coercion. Nope, coercion is a rich man's crime. You've never seen Tyrone or Ray Ray from the block get dragged into federal court over some fancy coercion charges. It almost sounds like another tool in the 304 and single mother wealth distribution scam. Another ingenious way of funneling money out of your pockets and straight into the court's bank accounts. And that brings us to the question of the day. If a woman charges you with some form of abuse or assault, should the state or local government have the right to seize your property? Now think about it for a second. Sure, the state can imprison you, but should they also be able to snatch your home as punishment or reimbursement? And if so, do you really own property at all? If the state or government can seize your property because of some frivolous charges, was it ever yours in the first place? Let me hear your thoughts on that in the comment section. Now with that said, let us now listen to Trevor Noah explain how we have to move in this post-Diddy era, how you must handle these 304s with latex gloves. We must understand that the government has proclaimed that women in America are just little girls with grown-up parts. They are incapable of thinking for themselves or being held accountable for their actions. For example,
like I went on a date with a woman and we had a great night and things were looking good, and she was like, let's go back to your place, and I was like, oh, okay, let's go back to my place. And we head back to my place, and then when we get back to my place, she was like, oh man, I don't know if I should be here. I've had too much to drink. And I was like, oh, let me get out of here and be there today. I was like, well, let me get you a car. Right. I was like, oh, you should. I'm happy you said this. Thank you. I called, and then she was like, wait, what are you doing? I said, I'm getting you a car. And she said, no, I didn't say I want to leave. And I said, no. Listen here. What you said there, I have to take. And I'm not even trying to be an asshole about this. I'm not trying to punish you, nothing like that. You just said you don't think you should be here. You've had a lot to drink, and I didn't know how much you had to drink. Okay. I met you like middle drinks vibes. So let me get you a car. There's another day. We can always meet on another day. Right. And that's the biggest thing that I've learned in life around a lot of consent, sex, and all of these things is, you know what helps a lot? Just getting to know people before you have sex.
Well, nowadays you definitely got to do this because a lot of people they me as a player, I know about last minute resistance, but shit, even I'm gonna turn not even I'm gonna turn that shit down, but you gotta turn it down, you know what I'm saying? Even I'm gonna turn that shit down. Like, I know what last minute resistance is, but you know what? Nowadays it ain't even worth it. Even if you can get past last minute resistance. That's what women do, and they're supposed to do that. They're supposed to shit test you right before they sleep with you, or earlier, or at some point. I'm getting tired or whatever. Let me go lay down, or let me, you know what I'm saying? Oh, let me run you a hot bath, or let me. Nope. You getting the Uber, you getting the hell up out of here. You're not about to get buyer's remorse or hey, remember that time when I was at your house? No, nope. I don't even know why he took her to his house. That's not even safe nowadays. So women are messing whatever's left up. They fucking it up. Good. Because guys need to wake up anyway. So.
With them. Just like spending a lot of time getting to know.
He ain't lying. But wait a minute. You didn't smash the bell and press the like button. Blasphemy. And although you will never be worthy of a monarch such as myself, Lord Destro would suggest that you poor fools at least give oligarchy a try. So Lord Destro has
Shout outs to Destro. Alright, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Are you guys not entertained? I wanted to get into, they were talking about Drake earlier. Drake stole Brandon Jamal's dancing moves. Oh, that was a topic I was supposed to cover earlier. Brandon Jamal going through it. If y'all know who Brandon Jamal is, he's the guy that sung the Single Mom song. And the Manosphere was trying to recruit him at one point, and they fucked that up. MTR and them. Well, not MTR, but they fucked up Aaron the Plumber. But they fucked up Aaron the Plumber, and they fucked up Brandon Jamal. Fresh and Fit fucked up Brandon Jamal. The Brandon Jamal play. Or Brandon Jamal fucked up the Fresh and Fit play. Either or. It didn't work out. Might get into that a little bit later. Y'all remind me. Alright, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Now, also, this is what I wanted to get into. They can't immediately find anything on Jay-Z. So they're putting Jay-Z on the back burner. They know Jay-Z gonna fight back. But they're going after T.I. T.I. and Tiny. Yeah, they're going after T.I. They're going after T.I. and Tiny now. Because they do fly people out. Just like Diddy and Cassie. So you can't even be a rich swinging couple now. T.I. and Tiny do fly people out to Atlanta and be doing threesomes and all kinds of stuff. So let's see what's going on with this.
Yeah, man. I'm just out here, man, just thinking how beautiful it is today, man. You know, it's a beautiful day tonight.
You definitely got to start posting content like this. One master said Brandon Jamal effed himself up. He wasn't ready. Yeah, he kind of did. He kind of was trying to make the show about him, and yeah, he kind of did. Gemini shit. What's going on, Prince P? Good to see you, brother. Shout outs to the real players tapping in. Let's get it.
Not be a buster, man. It's a beautiful day to not hate on nobody. It's a beautiful day to not spread lies and to not be negative.
Hell yeah, when you know you next, bro, you gotta, you know what? I'm giving my life to I'm giving my life to Moses. I'm giving my life to Elijah. I'm giving my life to Enoch.
Beautiful day, man, to mind your business. It's a beautiful day, bro. God has blessed us with this beautiful day. Don't take it for granted. Don't take this beautiful day for granted. Don't be out here spreading propaganda just because you unhappy with your life and yourself. Man, God has blessed you too, man. He got your blessings. Don't look to nobody else and point blame at somebody else because you ain't reached and tapped into your blessings yet. They coming, all right? All right? And furthermore, I be in D.C., man. I be in D.C. at the Improv. It's 2 more shows. The rest aren't sold out.
Now, if you're like me, you ain't really care too much.
Please hit the like button on the way in, y'all. Please support the show. 3 hours and 8 minutes into the madness. Giving y'all some good content. Very educational show we got going on today. Let's get it.
Much about what T.I. said in that post. But then, dun, something happened that we paid attention to. We just didn't care. 4th of July fireworks went off. 4Extra took control of the internet and YouTube space.
Larry.
So stories like this went under the rug. But you know what?
Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Shout outs to Larry Legend in the building. I got you guys. Let's get it.
Let's get into it. Man, I keep telling y'all better rock with my guy, Boom Paul. You feel me? It gets a little crazy. So here we go. T.I., Tiny, and Son King Harris face new trafficking claims as old feud reignites. T.I. and Tiny Harris are back in the headlines after new and serious accusations were leveled.
There got to be a statute of limitations on this shit. Like a year or something.
Against them by longtime adversary Sabrina Patterson. This time, their son, King Harris, has also been named in the explosive claims, reigniting.
Right. When dudes come on live talking like goddamn, he said Mr. Rogers, you know, it's crazy.
The controversy that first erupted several years ago. Sheesh. Peterson used the gram to launch her latest round of accusations.
I didn't see Satan Center dissing Malcolm X. What'd he say? That's crazy. Out of all people.
Following T.I.'s reaction to the recent verdict in the Diddy civil case, Tiny commented, "People want to charge you so bad for being freaky is nasty work. Don't worry, we're going to rip into her in a little bit too." Peterson reposted Tiny's comment and added, "Lying on me was the beginning of your end." She then claimed,
defending being a freak is definitely the epitome of nasty work by definition, but hey, I can dig it.
The couple had been involved in trafficking, forced drug use, and exploitation, saying she holds receipts that she plans to release on Sadie Nash's birthday, July 19th. In one of her more pointed notes, Peterson wrote, "The feds already have this. I think the fans need it," accusing the couple of mocking survivors and hinting that a deeper investigation is already underway. She also shared what she alleges are text conversations between King Harris and a young woman described as traffic claim.
Like clockwork. All of the rappers gonna go down. Look at how rock stars that's drug bitches did cocaine with them, kicked them out of rooms, got them pregnant, aborted kids and all kinds. Look at how rock stars can do all of that stuff with women, but all the rappers gotta go down. Give me a break.
Claiming the girls' families contacted her legal team out of fear the team had been caught and a network they believe is led by the Harris family. Peterson's post went further, accusing T.I. of mistreating Tiny in their marriage. She alleged that he forced his wife into demeaning situations as a condition for staying married to him. These latest claims mirror the controversy she first stirred in
That's probably a part of it, King Picks.
2021, when she said T.I. once pointed a gun at her. That sparked over 15 additional women to come forward with similar accusations.
I agree, that's part of it.
Involving alleged drugging and assault. T.I. and Tiny have long maintained that all the claims are completely false and driven by personal motives. A defamation lawsuit that Peterson filed against the Harrises was largely dismissed by the court earlier this year. She was ordered to pay almost $97,000 in legal costs after the ruling. Meanwhile, T.I. is actively pursuing a countersuit accusing Peterson of launching a smear campaign rooted in a broken personal relationship. So let's get y'all caught up to speed real quick. 2005, there's a sexual assault lawsuit, right? So in August 2024, a federal judge granted a motion to dismiss the lawsuit filed by Jane Doe accusing T.I. and Tiny of sexual assault, battery, false imprisonment, and related claims from back in 2005, right? The dismissal was...
Bro, that is a reach. 2005.
Not necessarily final. The judge gave the plaintiff 21 days to file an amended complaint if she can cure alleged defects, including statute of limitations and factual pleading issues. Don't really seem like that's going to happen. As of now, no amended complaint has been filed publicly, and the case remains in limbo, dismissed without prejudice pending further action from the plaintiff. Then you have a 2021 through 2025, defamation lawsuit from Sabrina Peterson. So this is separate. Sabrina Peterson filed a defamation lawsuit / invasion of privacy suit against T.I. and Tiny in 2021. In March 2005, a Los Angeles judge dismissed that suit due to
Yeah, if I could fly, I'd pick you up. They let rock stars get away with some bullshit. Elvis was dating underage women. Come on now.
Peterson's failure to diligently prosecute it. As part of the dismissal, the court acknowledged and essentially vacated a contempt order related to nearly $100,000 in unpaid legal fees. Meanwhile, T.I. has since filed his own defamation case against Peterson, which, let's be fair, you pretty much better do that, because anything else, everybody gonna look at you funny style. So, you know what I'll do? I'll give y'all a little context as to what the heck, when the heck, how the heck, all the hecks in the world that you can do. Beam me up, Scotty.
Shout outs to everybody in the building and everybody that stayed in the building. Shout outs to new people coming in and everybody that's been here. Please hit the like button on your way in. And if you've been enjoying the show for the past 3 hours and 15 minutes, please hit the like button and support the show via Cash App. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. Or you can hit the PayPal and please support the show. Definitely trying to hit our goal today on today's show We got movie night coming up. Let me know. We have Donald Trump documentary, and maybe we might go down the presidential. We might go down the presidential rabbit hole. Or not just the presidential rabbit hole. We might go down, just the worldly rabbit hole, because I definitely want to go down the Saddam Hussein, rabbit hole. Those are interesting times. All right, what's going on, Paul? You said now that there's a reach back. They're reaching back when the music was still good. Yeah. Paul said, ain't it funny how people present themselves as integrity, but when money and fame enter the situation, they fold like hoes? Yeah, like a lawn chair, man. You said he literally said she's just 16. Yeah. A white man can get away with murder. So can black women. White women, depends. To be cute with it, but they get away with murder, man.
Now, from the Glam University says, don't worry, you're next. It's the trafficking, coercion, prostitution, and you can't get consent while forcing your victims to take drugs. NLB. What's NLB? Glam University. Go ask Tip and Major Girl this now. I think it means nothing left behind. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. But she got more to say. She says this. 719 all sex trafficking receipts will be posted here. If you keep playing, it will be today. Stop using girls with dreams as pawns. Huh. Interesting, because 719...
They're stopping these hoes from working, man. They're stopping these hoes from working. These goofy square women are fucking up the game. What your hoes gonna do now, man?
It's Eddie Nash's birthday, god dang it. But it is what it is. Dallas, I will be in the city. Then she goes on to say, if your man is rooted for Diddy and R. Kelly,
they fucking it up for women.
Keep your daughters away from him, sis. No. You should already teach your daughters not to mess with cats like R. Kelly and Diddy. Not because he beat the system. Nah, shawty.
Hey, yo, you. Can you subscribe and turn on that bell, too? Because when you do, you're helping unbiased, independent news.
Now, I ain't gonna hold you, bruh. Word around town. From LA to Vegas, bro. I can only speak for these cities because of my position in certain spaces and places, and this is why I don't get into none of these celebrity things. Thank God. I thank God I'm not seeking any type of validation from newsstands and all this stuff, because I know a lot of these mother freaking celebrities, and I can tell you they freaky as hell. So here's the thing. There's been
and they're only freaky because they come off as mysterious. They come off as mysterious. You see them on TV, and they got money. They're only freaky because of that. They really don't even be nothing for real, for real. But let's go.
Rumor about T.I. and Tiny. Really, you swap that out. Tiny and T.I. because Tiny is a bisexual, allegedly. These are just rumors that are out there. Do I believe them? No. Because I wasn't there. That's why I don't believe them. But these rumors have existed for a while. So let me put that there, because whether it's true or not, who gives a damn? But this is how the story goes. Tiny and T.I. have a fetish for threesomes. Tiny likes the ladies. So Tiny seeks out these women, and T.I. get on there with the hat sideways. What you know about that? And they find some women, and they participate in various things. The allegation is that they spike drinks and they give drugs to these individuals. Do I know this for a fact? Hell no. Am I saying that they do this? Hell nah. Could this all be fake? 100%. And I do hope it is fake, because so far, they're good. Lawsuits dropped, all of this crap, but those rumors do exist. So, because I know there's going to be a ton of people that's going to say, oh yeah, I heard this. There's a lot of people going to write in here, I heard the exact same stuff. So, what is alleged is that Tiny likes the women, T.I. likes to go around, and he's really taking all the arrows for this. This ain't really T.I. stuff. This is really Tiny stuff, according to a lot of rumors and a lot of people who say stuff. That, hey, bro, this is really on Tiny.
Oh, just like Cassie and Diddy. All over again.
Not on T.I., but T.I. is the man, so he's handling it. So with that being said, yeah, it's alleged that they drug women. And I ain't gonna hold you. They're on the chopping block as far as being investigated for sure. Yep. Who the hell is that singer? Trey Songz is definitely on that trading block because he has a whole slew of freaking rumors. It would not surprise me if sometimes within the next 2 years that you see Trey Songz being slaughtered with massive freaking civil suits, lawsuits, all type of suits, and ultimately arrested and do a lot of time, because from what I hear about him, he does the exact same thing and he hit women. Allegedly. Now, I'm not saying this is true. I've never seen or anything like that, but these are rumors that are out there. You can literally go to X, formerly known as Twitter, Facebook, all of this stuff, and search the stories that y'all want, and you will see it's right there. But what do I think ultimately is going to happen? Well, damn, you're going to release this on my birthday, darling. That's a little messed up, because now it's going to be the T.I. day, and we'll react to it again. This is the reason why I'm doing this, because we're going to have to react to this crap. She had to do it in a whole nother way because the lawsuit got dropped. So what she's going to hope...
2005, man. That's 20 years ago. God damn. Damn, I'm old. Shit.
Miss Peterson, what she's going to hope is that, hey, this is enough pressure for them to capitulate and give me some money. What she doesn't understand is T.I. can't give you money if you wanted to. Because the feds watching, yeah. The feds are watching, darling. If you were going to get a buffalo nickel, it would have been years ago.
Well, I mean, she late as fuck. And they fell out. Because a lot of those women wanted him to leave Tiny. This is what happened. Tiny probably messed around with a couple of girls before. Don't get me wrong. But Tiny, and this is no shade towards her, she gotta mess around with girls dealing with T.I., or he just gonna straight up cheat. Bernice Burgos, all them other girls T.I. done messed around with, he just gonna straight up cheat. So she got no choice to a certain degree but to mess around with it, because he gonna cheat. So she kind of gotta get a taste for that. He gonna cheat. And she looked crazy. So she got to keep her man. She got to do what she can to keep her goddamn man. And she put T.I. in position. Changed his record deal, introduced him to a couple people and stuff like that. Tiny, the reason why we got T.I. the way we got T.I. right now. But yeah, in this situation, he gonna go down. She might have to take a stand. And this is all entertainment for people in the courts and to make money. Stop trusting these quote-unquote sex workers. These are square women. Sex workers don't even blow up their own spot like this. So the ones that don't have a retirement plan, the ones that can't find a job or a square to go, you know what I'm saying? Oh my God, man, I did not read that. I did not. Somebody kicked Party out. I did not read that. Party, you crazy, man. Holy shit. Nah, man, that's really what it is, It's like, be at the mercy of your man or get come up with a plan. So that shit is cat shit crazy. Bat shit cat shit crazy. You know what I'm saying? That shit is cat shit crazy, y'all. Just gotta keep it 100 with you. You know? Who can I run to to share this empty space? Who can I run to when I need? No, first I read Party's comment the other way. I thought he said Tiny gotta taste like pork, and then the other day he said Tiny gotta taste the pork. Piglet, come on, little piglet. Hee haw. Rick Ross is dumb as hell. he kept calling the dude he was calling a pig. He's like, come on, piglet. Hee haw. Adamir. Oh my goodness. But yeah, they going after T.I. Look, I ain't gonna lie, man. T.I. was running around with Candace Owens not too long ago, and what's his name? Killer Mike. And I ain't gonna lie, them white people do not like it. When you took up some type of pro black stance against them and shit like that, because he was up there. T.I. he got to do comedy. Well, he's trying to do comedy now. So you said Tiny looked like she be making unsavory faces when she tastes the pork. Smokey Robinson time, selling that dope, slinging that coke. Y'all know Tiny and T.I. like to do ecstasy and stuff like that. I think that's kind of why her face was stuck, is because she was doing too much ecstasy. Ecstasy was a drug then. Before Molly. Y'all know before Molly, MDMA, it was ecstasy. Selling that dope. Just because you can't get your little cat dick wet and you want to be angry. Selling that dope. Smoking that coke. Oh, shit. Y'all know because they said that Tiny looked like Smokey Robinson. Chain smoking. They going after him now. Gang banging. Hey, let's get away. Let's get a room on the other side of town. Y'all already know. You said Tiny be making faces, selling it.
Wasting your time,
drinking that
wine, smoking that smoke, doing that coke, dealing that dope, giving up hope, gang banging, gang bang.
Oh, you know your career was on the way out, man. Smoking that dope. I gotta sample this. You said T.I. look like Miss Piggy. Oh my God. War Master said drugs are weird, like crapple users. They are. Oh man, they are wrong. Shout outs to War Master as always, sponsoring the show, dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Shout outs to War Master. War Master said, "Don't be weird, y'all. Play Xbox and stop smoking that dope, dealing that coke, gang banging." I gotta sample that.
All right, we going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm at what the what?
What a what?
What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I'm telling you, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary had a little lamb. Okay, okay, okay.
Punk in the trunk, selling that dope, drinking that wine. Yo, who told him that was a good idea? Gang banging.
Gang banging, staying up late, preaching that hate, define your mother, killing your brother, killing in waves, filling up graves, gang banging.
Rob paying them girls. Oh my God! Whatever happened to the Smokey Robinson case? Did he settle out? That's what they looking for. They really don't want to go to court. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. They really don't want to go to court. They really want to settle out. That's really what it is. They want to settle out. Yeah, they on his ass. No. You gotta say it right, Cortez. You know your career is on the downhill when you're making anti-drug songs that they thought was a commercial at first, and people had to go find it and find out it's a real actual song. You know, I thought this was a PSA. You know, I thought this was a truth commercial. No, it was a full. It's like, oh damn, I thought it was a commercial. This is a song. He was serious. You know, it's even worse when you don't put it on the album. It's a single. You know. Why are they only going after black people and hitting us with RICOs? Those are mob boss charges. They can't say Grand Hustle was a gangbanging organization or a corporation. You said put the Thai beer down. What's going on, Chris G? Shout outs to Chris G and all my aspiring new truck drivers in the building. Shout outs to War Master driving that truck. Not getting stuck. Gang banging, trailer swinging. You said the entertainers are money pits, yeah. Switching them gears. You said back in the day, I used to Snoop Dogg song along with Wiz Khalifa. Yeah, I like the High School. That was one of my favorite joint with Wiz Khalifa and Snoop. Your gang is Taylor. My trucker's got the trailer. Truck driving. Trump had 34 misdemeanors that turned into felonies. Yeah, they know who to put that shit on. He said truck hauling. Yo, Cortez, speaking of music, bro, dog, you see Crunchy Black going off on Juicy J, bro? That shit is funny. They doing Crunchy dirty, man. Hitting them licks, driving that. Pause. Yeah, yeah. I ain't gonna lie, that high school album ended up being pretty good. You know, like kind of like the Currency and Wiz album, How Fly. I'll be playing How Fly on the show. I'll be playing Surface to Air Missiles, uh, uh, Carport. What did I play the other day? I was playing the Planes. I was playing Smoking, Dreaming, Living. Shout outs to Prince P. Shout outs to my truck driver. Driving that truck. Making them bucks. Lord lizards. Oh my god. They did Smokey dirty, bro. Y'all, I didn't know. I was looking at something, right, y'all? I was looking at something where it was a guy and he was explaining how Rick James, fucked up his record deal. And he was like they were on some type of tour. Rick James made like 12 million or some shit. And then he had to do something cuz he was like stuck in the deal and he had to take his music, I think, to I forgot where he had to take his music, but he had to take his music to this dude, and like he was mad at the dude or whatever, and they were like Rick James jumped up on the what you call it, he jumped up on the dude's desk and whatever, and like pulled his Johnson out after he done snorted like a pile of cocaine and shit like that, and just basically he was like from that point on, Rick James like fucked up his career. Like, like Rick James ran off on old boy, right? And then he said after then, when Rick James like gave him his record and then left the office, the dude was like the guy the I guess the A&R, the guy that was down there looked at him and was like, Lionel's next. He was like, he's done with what you call it, with Rick James, you know. So I guess he putting the machine behind Lionel. And I thought about it, I'm like, dang, that could, Lionel and Richie kind of do look alike. But one is more nicer, you know? And I ain't gonna lie, Lionel started getting the good songs all night long, all night, all night. Working that shift, smoking that piff, chain smoking. Yeah, crunchy crazy, man. I used to be clean in my expedition. You said gotta get the meta glasses and record these women. Hell yeah, they like $200. I'm like, damn, they cheap. Glasses are gonna replace phones in the future, y'all. I'm gonna see if Warmaster gonna make the switch over to Apple at that point. You know, when the glasses replace phones. All right, y'all, please hit the like button. Support the show. Support this. Supporting that show. Yeah, like. Hit the like button to support the show. Hitting that cash app. Make that like button clap. Supporting. Oh my god. I'm gonna get the look. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be a nasty man when them glasses come out. I'm gonna have the. Have y'all ever watched anime and y'all see the niggas on the anime that be like doing pyrotechniques and shit and starting fires and shit? They be wearing them little thin glasses. I'm gonna get one of them joints. Being a prick. You said nope. Say no to crapple. I wouldn't even trust Apple glasses. I probably would, but I probably won't at this point. You know, them joints probably reading your brain. But look, it's perfect. You know, you got the bridge and not the bridge, but like the parts that go behind your ear. That's where they'll put the speakers and stuff like that. So you really won't need have your phone. Okay, shout outs to Party. I gotta check out that album. I was thinking about it too. I was thinking about when you said Majid Jordan is all over. What album did you say Majid Jordan was all over? Yeah, Party said Lemon. That's just how I'm chillin'. Yeah, man. Terminator years are here. I just hope I don't know, maybe my child's generation, but I just hope I'm up out of here before them robots turn on niggas, cause them robots they gonna turn on niggas. I hope y'all know that. Them robots finna turn on niggas. You said more life. Okay, yeah. Drake got a lot of albums. I couldn't keep up with them. If you're reading this, it's too late. Couldn't keep up with that. I gotta catch up on that one. I do got to catch up on this album that you the album that this one that you shared here, because that's the joint that has stories of my brother. I love that song. Conductors, like I need to really watch some of Conductor's videos. Cortez, you got to come through also. Cortez be making music too. Party. So I got my Novation right here. We're gonna start doing more music streams again because I want to make some Amapiano and stuff like that, Tapping them drums, beat making. You said Optimus Prime will work for Elon. Look, man. You said, Kuda, what the fuck was I listening to by Smokey Robinson or whoever that was? Oh, that's Smokey. He wasn't dedicated to getting niggas off of no damn drugs. He would have changed his name. You know? You said say no to Apple crapple glass. I think what will happen is the glasses and the watches will go together. I think you're right about that. Like there'll be kind of like a Bluetooth thing. But I'm not gonna lie, all of that shit is taboo now. technically, other than like Audemars and Rolexes and stuff like that, and even Audemars and Rolexes, watches are an outdated accessory. You know, the time is on the cell phones. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Tez. Your fucking glasses will know you're lying and shit. Yeah, they say Drake over there. I mean, they say AM over there still defending Drake. Oh, I got something else too. I wanted to run by you, War Master. We were talking about presidents on the last show, y'all. The last show was very educational. Y'all make sure y'all check out the last show once this show goes off air, right? And please hit the like button and support the show, this one and the last show. Really good information, right? I got this video here saying Reagan ruined everything. Might have to go over that. You know. Drake is pulling another BBL stunt. And Drake stole Brandon Jamal's dance moves. Hold on, let me show y'all something before we end. Well, actually, let's end this real quick, and then we'll get into this before we continue. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I got too much tabs open. Hold on, y'all.
It would have been years ago. Now, there's a rumor out there that says that the lawyer, Steve Sadow, was representing him and that he tried to get him money.
Steve Sadow reached out to me looking to make a deal.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I love Drake. Drake is one of my favorite rappers. Super talented. You said nothing matters no more. I'm wearing Skechers from here on out. Right. I'm about to break out the Avias. I'm about to break out the Avias. I'm gonna start dressing like somebody's dad. You dig? Drake is a weird Canadian. Well, Master staying true to the West Coast. You said I love my watch. I'm normal, unlike non Xbox players. Do you have I like regular watches and Casios and stuff like that. I am a watch guy, but I haven't really got to like the Apple watches and stuff like that. Do you have a smartwatch? Does Android have a smartwatch to pair with the Droid or the Galaxies? You said at some point there'll be a lie told about Reagan, right? I want to check that out with you. It's like 24 minutes though. All right, y'all please hit the like button, support the show. You said I got to study Reagan. I just hear a 7th grade teacher ringing in my head. He used to always talk about Reagan and negative. Well, I mean, I don't know. The perception might be a little bit different now because Trump's in office, which they say is the second coming of Reagan, and whole time Trump been quoting Reagan. You know? Yeah, Galaxy. All right. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Give me 1 second. It's going to get way more entertaining. Shout outs to everybody that just got in the building. Please hit the like button. The likes are free.
And tiny. And I told Steve Sadow that my clients want justice. So the deal involves Tiny and T.I. turning themselves in and admitting.
Yeah, that's in my vault. If you got to search the channel, it still should be somewhere on the channel. That's in my vault. That's in the Player Talk Radio vault. Yep. She was telling women to undercook the chicken. Nobody gonna say nothing about that. Bro, imagine dying over salmonella. Imagine cooking the chicken and going to go eat a chicken, and whole T, you're the chicken that's about to get ate. Selling that wine.
To the crime that they've committed, then fine, we got a deal. But if it does not, then I would prefer to have the investigators do their work and to bring criminal charges against Tiny and T.I.
Damn.
For what
be your own people.
They've done throughout the years.
The attorney is now claiming for a criminal investigation, but the rapper, whose real name is Clifford Harris, posted a video message on Instagram saying it's difficult to remain quiet.
What we're not going to do is open up the door to my bedroom, as you shouldn't have to either. Open up the door to my bedroom for everybody to come in.
T.I., you falling into it, bro. Rubber band man, you got to bounce back, bro. T.I., you falling into it. What we not going to do is open up the door to my... That's exactly what they finna do. You should have said privacy. Uh-oh.
Time in and make their opinions about what we do and don't do or should or shouldn't do. But I will say this. Whatever we ever have done has been done with consensual adults.
The rapper's lawyer denies the allegations and says if investigated, no charges will be forthcoming.
You're going to have to bring out his full vocabulary on this. Uh-oh. They might have him on one of them Diddy tapes, too. Uh-oh.
All right, if you want to believe that. If you want to believe that, then go ahead, full-fledged believe that. Do I believe that? No. What I believe actually is this.
Bro, right. That's what I'm saying. He making himself the perfect candidate. Bro, don't do that. You should have just said privacy. Nigga said, open up the door to my bedroom. Drinking that wine.
There are some ladies
They trying to get everybody up out of here, bro. We ain't gonna have nobody to fucking... Wait till Future's Rico comes. You know they're gonna go after Future. Got bandana around your head like you Tupac, huh? Okay.
Like the buyer's remorse of all of this stuff. I believe that when
you gonna give a fuck if they real sisters at this point.
T.I. and Tiny engage in these activities and all this crap, I think that the ladies was like, shit, let me in on some poly type stuff, but they not going for that.
Keeping it clean, drinking that lean.
See, this is why you bring sand to the beach. This is why you do what you do, and you do what you do, and you do it well. Inviting multiple people to your bedroom is always going to lead to bad things because hurt feelings are hurt feelings, and people need payment for their hurt feelings. This is how the law allows them to do this. I don't believe in my heart of hearts that T.I. and them is out there popping.
They're going to call United Nations for
that Rick Ross line.
Mommy all in her champagne. She ain't even know it. I took her home and I enjoyed that. She ain't even know it.
I don't think so. But is it possible? Hell yeah. It's definitely possible. I'll put nothing past nobody.
Yeah, they're going to go after Rick Ross too. I'm pretty sure they're going to go after Rick Ross also. Meat slanging when they want that mansion back, they're gonna go after Rose and them cars and stuff like that. They're just letting him accumulate all of that stuff for somebody else to have it. I was looking at something, right? I was looking at something the other day, or maybe it was yesterday. All these days run concurrent, y'all. That guy, the YouTuber, I forgot his name, that got busted for fraud and stuff like that. And not even just him, Diddy. You know, they're trying to seize your assets and all kinds of stuff. I'm going to tell y'all some real shit. Day by day, we're also noticing, because if they could just seize all your assets and stuff like that, you don't own shit. You don't own a fucking thing. You don't own shit. I've been saying this for a minute, and you think about it, you don't own a fucking thing. Oh, we're gonna seize your mansion because you messed with some girl, and we think you're in a RICO. You don't own shit. Make money and just live modestly. Just live. The men were right being minimalist. You know. War Master said, "Don't be a fool. Reagan was cool." Shout outs to War Master. War Master said Reagan was cool because he nearly doubled the economy before he left office, increased the size and power of the military, and stood down the USSR. While oh shit, ooh, that's a rare sighting. Me yawning. Uh, while encouraging Americana around the world. Yeah. So that nigga going to hell for that cartoon. Popping them mollies. Paul said, really though. JR said, Bradford. You said they seize your assets so you can't fight back. It'll force you to settle. Yeah, man. You don't own shit in America. Wasting your time.
So it is what it is on that part, but we will see what the hell goes on for that because let's be fair, I just don't know.
Nah, T.I. was a wild boy back in the day. He might be on them Diddy tapes. T.I. is definitely a wild boy. T.I., Pharrell, Busta Rhymes. Ain't no shame in the game if you know the name. Too Short. T.I. used to hang out with Too Short. Oh, they're not going after the real ones. Uncle Luke. Niggas nasty.
Just don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know. Could it be that they're targeted because they got money in that big old lawsuit? Just put a bigger target on their back? Hell yeah. If I see T.I.
And T.I. just got a big settlement not too long ago. Counting pockets, y'all. And they're trying to get somebody that they know that will go to jail too, because you know T.I. he on his last leg. This shit crazy because it got every single girl thinking like, yo, did I get flued out at somebody at some point? I can go get some moolah. And they do it at the wrong time. They do it when the women are older. So if they didn't spend their money right or they fucked it off on drugs and stuff like that. This is how you get a Bill Cosby case. But they're not even letting niggas get old. Like they're clipping you in your 40s and 50s, y'all. Y'all go check on Bill Cosby. He probably sat his ass down.
And he don't got great energy.
I think so too. I think it's like some reverse ambulance chasing, like some Al Sharpton type shit. Like, hey, I remember back in 2007, you used to hang out with T.I. He didn't fly you out, did he? I'm not even gonna lie, bro. I wouldn't even fly out my my backup dancers if I was an artist at this point. Nope. I'm keeping all these frequent flyer miles to myself. Women are fucking, yeah, graping woman, fucking that bitch while you was rich. sucking it. Hey, why are we like this, y'all? Why are we like this?
To make it look like he shoulder checked me into the oblivion.
And hold on, all of you dudes that was putting extras on Diddy, where's all the gay men that should be coming out the cut? Because gay men are the first ones and the worst ones extorting people for money. They're better at it than women. Gay dudes. So yeah, Diddy was into some weird shit, but he probably, well, I don't know. I'm not even gonna say anything on him. But y'all niggas was like, oh, Diddy got an underground sex tunnel and all kinds of shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, y'all don't know. Y'all were doing way too much with that shit to be sounding the way y'all sounding now. You said I almost spit my drink out. You said I just spit my drink out, bro. Y'all hit the like button, man. If I made you laugh, y'all owe me a like, man. Y'all hit the like button, man. It take a lot to be entertaining for this long, man. Sucking it. Ah, shit. Oh my god. Older hoes got to do it. It's like your mama's getting social media. Yeah, it's like you get a check at the finish line. The person that says, "Hey, I used to know that guy," get to sue you now. Oh yeah, MC Hammer definitely. Mike Tyson, couple of people. Yeah, I'm not saying that Diddy ain't G-Hay. You know, the stuff that he is cucked out. But I'm saying some gay dude would have came out the cut. Gay dudes stay extorting niggas. So he said stick talk hit different when Diddy said it. Future got a song back in the day. I'm a Future fan. He got a song called Jordan Diddy. Jordan Diddy. That's some old Future, if y'all know. Jordan Diddy. That's some Pluto. You dig? That's some Pluto. Pluto. All right. Shout outs to Chaos. Chaos dropped, but he probably sleep. But let's get it.
I'm finna spin at least like 20 times. I'm gonna claim I got vertigo.
Yeah, I better go to Bali from now, bro.
My shoulders are bad. I got a bad neck now. You know what I'm saying? Might smack my head on.
I mean, they probably. I was gonna say that too, Sin. Right. Good observation. I was gonna say that too. They're probably, tearing his ass up on the back end. Pause. Because they're good at it. I'm sorry. Gay dudes are good at extortion. You know. Gay dudes are very good at extortion. It's the bitches that's fucking up. Especially the new age bitches. Fucked up the bag and shit like that. They don't give a damn about no fucking court settlement and shit like that, nigga. They want Diddy to be out so they can extort him some more. You know? It's gonna cost to hit that bitch in the face. And yeah, he paid it. Fucking that bitch while you was rich. Turned into a snitch.
On the ground and
chain ganging.
Yeah, T.I., watch out for me, bro. I'm finna have Alka-Seltzer in my pockets. It's finna get bad. You got big money. Big shit popping and little shit stopping. Oh, I know these niggas and them niggas. I do it. Yeah, I need money. I need money bad. I'm broke anyways. God damn it. But yeah, that's what it is, man. That's what it is. It's T.I.
Oh shit, I remember
has to worry
that.
about a new lawsuit that's going to involve his son, and the embarrassment that comes from that is about to be crazy.
That's funny as hell, party. I remember he did call Diddy a old ass bitch.
Because there are people who are going to say, see, they're all in this cabal of freakery going on and all this stuff and everything. And you can't convince a made up mind, so I wouldn't either. T.I. probably going to have his lawyer say something because, T.I., let's be fair. If you keep on talking, bro, you ain't going to do nothing but say bigger words. Now, are you assumably saying that me and my wife indulged in licentious acts with infidelity at a very pristine time of night? Like, nigga, nobody want to hear that. We want to hear, nah, I'm innocent, I'm suing the hell out you. Let your lawyer speak for you, bruh, because you're going to sound like a goddamn thesaurus. Just being honest with y'all. Click right here to see why it's possible that 4Extra might be going back to prison. And if y'all want everything as far as just a playlist, just a place you ain't got to click on nothing, click right here for that. Until
Yeah, they said 4Extras was on the box. He blew his hand off on the box. You might as well had blew the box off with it with the fireworks. Shout outs to the new people coming into the show. Please hit the like button. Please support the show, or you're gonna get a black eye. Supporting that show, selling that dough.
Wasting your time, drinking that wine, smoking that smoke, doing that coke, dealing that dope, giving up hope, gang banging, gang banging, gang banging, gang banging.
Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Real fucking rap. Hit the Cash App. Supporting. You gotta keep the show going, y'all. This shit is costly, man. You know, back then, Smokey couldn't claim Bloods. You know, back then, you know, the Crips outnumbered the Bloods. So, you know, to this day, the Crips outnumber the Bloods, but shit. All right, let's get into this real quick before we get back into schedule.
Now, I know everybody wants me to address
All right.
the elephant in the room.
Drake done stole this man's dance move.
But before we do all that, I want to applaud Drake for this song.
He said, I know you got a writer or seven. He's like, look, come put me on tour, do something.
I want to applaud Aubrey for finally being who he is and getting rid of his ghostwriters. Because this beat is slamming and this song is completely barless. We can tell Aubrey wrote this for sure. More importantly, it's so expressive of how he feels, you know. This is the real Aubrey. It shows that Aubrey has the accountability of a toxic single mom. Talking about something. What did I miss? I think the real question, Aubrey.
All right, he probably was going to throw you a alley-oop, but you, all right, Brandon Jamal, you fucking this up too, man. You could have just been flattered and got on tour with the man, but fucking this up. Don't listen to your chat. Fumbling.
Is what did you do? What did you do to make them niggas that mad? Come to find out, you're kind of known for being awful. Cash apping niggas, baby mamas, flying out niggas' wives and shit.
What kind of shit is that?
What kind of shit is that, Aubrey? I was a waiter for a long time, you know. Anybody who's a waiter, you ever have a coworker who's just, you know, everybody in their section loves them. They have regulars. They're very popular to the people that they serve. But as a coworker, they're terrible. As a person, they do slimy ass shit all the time. So you like, I know people love this person, but I don't like them. That being said, Drake, the way we hear that you move, it's really easy to see why your coworkers, your peers wouldn't like you. At the Grammys, all of them niggas was saying A minor. You would think somebody would feel bad for you. There wasn't a quiet motherfucker in the whole audience. Everybody was A minor. I guess because they...
No, it's because the song hit. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm a Drake fan, but I ain't gonna lie. I was at I passed by the bar the other day, and of course that song was everywhere, but it came on in the bar the other day, and I was like, oh shit, this shit kind of hitting. Into my pants, stealing my dance. Take me to France. Stop jocking, right, Cortez? You said Drake is weird, like crap. Drake making a comeback. Selling that phone, playing Xbox. Selling that stock. Investing.
They know about you, boy. And it also seems that we all conveniently forget that Drake had a baby with a popcorn maker. Y'all forget this. You saw a woman who makes popcorn for a living.
He fucking it up.
And decided to go in that raw. Nigga, we going in sex workers raw? Is that what we doing out here? How often would you...
I bet you he gonna play sex worker saver at the end.
Do you engage in this type of nefarious... How often would you and do you currently engage in this type of disgusting, nefarious activity? This nigga going in a sex worker raw. And then you hid your kid from the world because you weren't proud.
Imagine not getting imagine not getting a OVO shout out and a check, and you do music. Drake could put this man's music. It don't matter if he stole that shit from him. Fuck it. You could have been just on the internet delusional, acting like Drake gonna reach out to you and stuff like that, and make him actually reach out to you, bring you on tour. You do music. He probably fucks with you. The message just ain't even get to you yet. He probably on his burner account. You never know. He done fucked up a whole opportunity right here, dog. Dang. Kendrick ain't gonna take up for him. I ain't gonna lie, nigga. We gonna be cousins. Nigga. At this point, me and Drake best friends. Like, what the fuck? Drake done blew up people's career because he tweeted them. And you do music. I'm not gonna lie, Drake. Yeah, he ain't ready, man. Listen, you don't have to like Drake. Listen, that don't stop your paper, bro. A Drake feature is more in the clouds than a Kendrick feature. How you fuck this up? Fucking it up. Godly. Don't listen to your chat. Don't listen to your chat. They holding you back.
Of the sex worker baby that you created.
They're talking about his son. Oh my God. But yeah, burning them bridges. What'd you say? Party stay scamming.
I don't blame you. You know, I'm pretty popular in Texas, so I pay attention to Texas a lot. Let Texas women tell it. Drake is the sex worker saver. If Drake like you and you strip, or you got an OnlyFans, or you half naked on the internet, Or hell, if you just sell it.
That's his prerogative. You get enough money, you'd save a couple sex workers also. Some of y'all dating sex workers right now. Don't even know. You ain't even know it. Working that pole.
If Drake like you, he'll pay it. Drake will spend that money. The women are fine in Texas, so I understand. You know, Drake will pay bills. Drake will pay rent, car notes, hefty transfers apparently. And don't just take the sex workers in Texas word for it. I used to save hoes with a mask and a cape. Now I'm like, nah, love, I'm good, go away. But that being said, the sex workers that you save in Texas would never, ever talk down to you or talk down about you in reality. Because check this out.
Some of them were singing "They Not Like Us," bro. Some of them were singing "They Not Like Us." Hoes have no loyalty. Only to the pimp. Not when you a simp. Eating that scrimp.
You be saving them. B, they love your music, especially because your music makes it sound like it's okay to fall in love with a sex worker. It is okay. Now to address the elephant in the room. In this new video,
tell him something he don't know.
Drake is doing a dance that is eerily similar to one that y'all see on this channel on a regular basis. And when y'all was in my inbox telling me about this, and when I watched the video, I was very grateful because A, this is going to be some great content. And I made a couple of good videos.
I mean, Drake took Ramil's dance too. Drake stole Ramil's pump and dump dance. You know how much stuff gets stolen from these parts? Y'all have no idea. We are the thought leaders of the future. Supporting the show. Y'all support the show, man. Damn. We're thought leaders of the space. Niggas stealing.
Out of it. I'm not gonna lie, y'all know I'm a fool. But more importantly, I didn't create this dance. And I'm not just talking about the drop, even the arm swing motion, everything to go with it. I didn't create this. The originator of this dance is none other than Block Boy JB. Yes. If you don't remember,
Drake already did a feature.
I told the story about when I had my niece and she was 4.
His biggest song had
her
Drake
favorite
on it.
song at the time was Rover. We played that song over and over again. That being said, this song came up on my algorithm on YouTube. And when I say it came up on my algorithm, it's not streaming. He didn't promote it. It's probably his best song. And I just happened to be blessed because I had you see, people told me that was the gift that was going to keep on giving, the blessing that I did, the good deed that I tried to do for my sister. Even though it wasn't really appreciated the way it was supposed to be, people told me I was going to be blessed for that. And when I tell you, if I didn't have my niece, I wouldn't have been listening to Rover like that on repeat. And if I wasn't listening to Rover like that on repeat, I wouldn't have just got this random Tuesday afternoon or whenever he dropped this shit. I wouldn't have got this random drop because he did not promote this. I don't understand why. The song is incredibly tough. It's not just the song is tough. Block Boy is nice with the pen. Y'all be sleep on my boy. As a matter of fact,
He be fumbling features, man. He fumbled features with Alex. I fucked with that joint.
I used to wear that Lacosta. Now I got Burberry all on my collar. I used to ride the Impala. Now I got Tesla on new Forgiatos. I keep a strap for my problems. You tried to rob me, boy, that is a nada. Block Boy JB, I'm the shotter. You try to beat me, boy, you an imposter. I got this coat on with this ropes on, Cuban collar, I choke Joan. I'm in the jail cell, bitch, I make bail. You get your drop the soap on. As in, if I go to jail, I'm gonna make bail. Your ass is broke, so get used to being here, nigga. I'm trapping, made a mill, niggas tattletale, niggas saying get they notes on. I got so many Jacksons in my pocket, these niggas, they think that my nose gone. Michael Jackson had nose surgery. Jackson's the
What's going on,
50s.
Ghost
I got a
Man?
bunch of them in my pocket. You had that bag, now your load gone. I guess you was buffering. Y'all don't hear him. You had that load, right? If you got a bag, you got a load on you.
Loading.
But it's gone now. So I guess you was just loading. Like it was almost there. It was coming. You didn't secure the bag. It wasn't loaded. So you didn't have the load. But you was flexing like you had the load. If you loading, you buffering. You had that bag, now your load gone. I guess you was buffering. I keep that stick on me. I don't do no tussling. I'm with some Crips in LA. That's the motherland. Chopper repeated me like it was stuttering. I get that... That's good. I get that green like I'm from the Grove. I got Felicia right by my stove. Junkies, they play with their nose. They hit that dope, then they go strike them a pose. Felicia, dope, Friday. I'm getting hit, I'm relaxing while I'm counting up back ends. It's some robbers up at the door. They don't know that I got that motherfucking Mac 10. Grape Street, nigga, I be the big loc. I ain't gotta go tap in. Front of nigga ass, 500 for a oh, yeah, you know that we taxing. It's blocked. But it's not just the bars, though. It's the flow. He went full Ultra Instinct Block Boy JB. So if I never would have done the good deed of trying to have custody of my niece for the full year so my sister wouldn't have her in the system, I never would have been bumping Rover on repeat. I never, ever would have come across this gym because it wasn't promoted and it's not even streaming, and I wouldn't have saw him hit that. I've listened to this song. You can imagine how many times I'd have listened to that damn song. So, you know, when I was hitting that Block Boy JB, no Diddy. So yeah, do good deeds, even if you don't feel appreciated for them.
Shit, I know all about
the
that.
universe knows.
So basically, getting food out is illegal. If you live in another...
All right. Oh, Lord. Lordy wardy. All right, I'm getting a little... We might have to split this show up. All right, y'all please hit the like button, support the show. All right. Let's actually let's get into the Reagan ruined everything. Let's get into that a little bit. We kind of ended the last show on some presidential shit. Let's kind of get into Reagan ruined everything. How Reagan ruined everything. Let's take a listen.
And we will make America great again.
Ronald Reagan for president. Let's make America great again.
Ronald Reagan is considered by some to be the great...
I didn't even notice Trump took his whole slogan. But then again, Kamala was running around with the Bob the Builder slogan, so...
greatest president in the history of the United States. I've always understood that to mean that people loved his version of supply-side economics, also known as trickle-down economics. Tax the rich...
Now remember this girl from the last show? This was the leftist girl that I was talking about, War Master. War Master came in a little bit later on the last show and he kind of missed it. She would have pissed him off. Now that I think about it, she about to piss you off. Because even I caught on some of the lies that she was telling. Let's see what War Master has to say about
less,
this.
And the benefits would trickle down to all of society. That's just basic economics. Well, turns out, no it's not, and also Reagan's trickle-down theory is just the tip of the iceberg.
You could tell the undertone that she didn't like Trump. Is this the same girl, or the other girl had brown hair? I ain't gonna lie. If you wanna confuse me, ladies, change your hair up, because that gets me all the time for some reason. Well, lately.
When it comes to the many theories and agendas that Reagan pushed during his administration. Ronald Reagan was elected president in 1980. The 8 years that followed ushered in not only the largest redistribution of wealth in a generation, but also the termination of welfare benefits for thousands of Americans, a dramatic rollback of unions and labor organizing, and an infiltration of Christian fundamentalism into American government, the consequences of which we are still very much feeling to this day. Ronald Reagan walked so that Donald Trump could run, and he altered the American way of life for everyone but the top 1%. 40 years after first being elected president, the myth of Ronald Reagan still lives on in the minds of people who are too deluded.
Crazy thing is Trump probably voted for him.
See that the American dream Reagan stood for is the same American dream he irreversibly decimated during his time as president.
He said, supply side economics. Can you spend your money better than the government?
This is how Reagan ruined everything.
Not gonna lie, man.
Before I get into all the ways that Reagan royally screwed us over, I want to take a minute to thank my partner on today's.
Some of these people that be running these propaganda shows, y'all, with the whole podcasting game, I must say they're very clever. You know what I'm saying? Because think about it. When you used to hear about these people, i.e. the presidents and stuff like that, and stuff, for the most part, it's usually the news lying to you. You know, obviously you can tell when the news is lying. But the crazy part is that you can't do shit about it. You know, the news will lie right in front of you, and you just have to know it's a straight up lie. But then again, if you know that, then you know a bunch of people are going to believe the lies more than the people that's going to be like you, knowing damn well it's a straight up lie, right? But with these podcasts, they get a little bit more creative. Sometimes it don't even take you telling the truth or telling the truth. Sometimes you just got to add some pyrotechniques to your lives, and it's all good. Don't even matter if you're telling the truth or not. FD signifier. All right, let's get it.
Is video Hungry Root. Hungry Root is an online grocery service that makes it super easy.
And you can sell groceries right before you lie, because everybody likes groceries before hearing a bag of lies.
On my own business, I'm making choices all day long. It is such a relief to just be able to say, hey, Hungry Root, here's what I like. Here's what I don't like. Please just send me food. And once you get your groceries, you can just mix and match what they've sent you, or you can follow the easy recipes they send. And the more you use Hungry,
they make up new terms every day, War Master. Christian fundamentalism. As if we don't have "in God we trust" on our money. I was looking at a lot of the older bills, and it didn't say that. We did a stream not too long ago going over the American currency. So the USA has a Christian undertone. You said Reagan was the greatest president in the modern era. He left office over 35 years ago, and the left still can't get over it. Yeah. I didn't get to see Reagan. I mean, I'm pretty sure Reagan, he defined the 80s,
Hungry Root,
it worthwhile.
the better it gets at its personal recommendations for you, which I love. I've been getting Hungry Root for a while now, and it's so nice to get exactly what I want because Hungry Root knows me, And it seriously has saved me so much time in grocery shopping.
Please hit the like button, everybody here. Please support the show. Let's get it.
And meal prep. Plus, you never get bored because there are over 2,000 recipes to discover and a wide variety of options for all diets. Plus, they send snacks and breakfast options too, so you get all your bases covered with Hungry Root. Hungry Root has a very special offer for my viewers. The first 100 people to use my promo code LEJA40 will get supply side economics that says,
make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Better than Hungry Root.
He hurt, namely the middle class, minorities, and democracy. Starting with the middle class, let's talk about what Reagan is most known for, Reaganomics, a theory of supply-side economics that says that by removing regulations on businesses and lowering their taxes, they would be able to be more productive, have more freedom to be
and let me tell y'all something too that I noticed, and I said it in the last show before we get into this, right? Just like this space and sometimes the things that go on, you just had to be there. You just had to be there. I think we would know this by now. You just had to be there. I don't think this woman was alive when Reagan was around. Then again, some people look younger than what they present themselves to be. I don't think Reagan was alive when this woman was around or could understand it. I mean, I don't think, my bad. God damn it. I don't think this woman was alive when Reagan was around. You said he won a 49 state Mecca Godzilla landslide. He lost Mondale's home state by less than 100,000 votes. But this is the thing. I don't think this woman was around when Reagan was alive. So, never mind. I guess that you just had to be there. It holds no credibility.
Agile in the market, and that growth would then translate to more jobs and higher wages for workers. The wealth would start at the top and it would trickle down to everyone. When Reagan took office, the US was going through what was called stagflation, where both inflation and unemployment rates were high. The country was in the worst recession since the Great Depression at the time. Because of this,
What about crack?
People were primed for major economic change, and Reagan ushered in that change. After the Great Depression, the New Deal came with huge amounts of government spending on everything from mortgage financing for whites only, more on that in my last video on housing segregation, to job creation, to
she going there.
Building infrastructure, and these government programs were popular because they did grow the economy and create jobs and build a large, thriving middle class in America. Minimum wages stayed consistent with productivity. The more productive the average worker was, the more the minimum wage increased. That connection was broken, however, as the US tax code began moving away from the New Deal. Reagan wasn't the
We also had a de facto gold currency, a gold standard, aka he didn't inflate the currency.
sole president responsible for creating tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, but he sure did it with the most gusto and to the largest degree. Before Reagan's presidency, income tax on the wealthiest
I told you she gonna piss you off. She already starting with the lies.
Americans.
Sometimes you gotta start with the lies in the beginning. Don't wind it up. Just get it over with.
Money that they had to pay to the government as a proportion of how much they made each year was at 70%. So above a certain threshold, the wealthiest Americans.
This is her. She's the number cruncher.
Americans had to pay 70% of their income to the government. By the end of Reagan's presidency, that number dropped to 28%. He also created major tax breaks for corporations and estates, all in the name of creating smaller government and putting more money in the hands of the wealthiest people and companies in the country. Some of the effects of his economic policies in the short term were positive. The period of stagflation became less pronounced. Inflation and unemployment both decreased, but those numbers belie the fact that the connection between wealth and productivity was severed, and the rich got richer while the poor and middle class saw very little economic progress during this time. The incomes of the lowest 90% rose by 17%, while those of the top 10% rose by 106%. Talk about a trickle. In the years since Reagan's presidency, that gap between rich and poor has continued to widen. Today,
not this little fool.
The top 10% of income earners in the US hold 72% of the total wealth. And the bottom half of income earners, the 50% of the American population, holds 2% of the wealth. Between 1978 and 2021, average worker compensation increased 18.1%. The top CEO compensation increased 1,460.
You got the numbers, y'all. Most people, when they just hear numbers, they just don't argue with it because they don't have any numbers to refute it.
Percent in that same time period. In 1980, the average CEO earned 36 times more money than the average worker, and today the average CEO earns 400 times more. The wealthiest have never been wealthier, while for the average worker, wages haven't even kept up with inflation. This shit ain't trickling, Ronnie. What now? And it's not like at the time Reagan implemented.
The average worker can't keep up with inflation. That's the whole point. The average worker can't keep up with inflation. You damn near got to have 3 jobs now in a pinch of scamming. Or a job in part-time scamming nowadays to survive in America. You know.
trickle-down economics in the early 80s that it was this brand new, newfangled invention that everyone was optimistic about. A lot of people were like, hey, this is really gonna hurt poor people. But Ronnie was convinced by his neoliberal economic pals that keeping the wealthiest people happy will mean prosperity for all. Because Ronald Reagan
Right. It really does boil down to your habits.
Reagan was convinced that the American dream was alive and well, and the common theme through all of his policy choices was that individuals are the creators of their own destiny, that anyone could pick themselves up by their bootstraps if they really wanted to, and that any struggling was simply a moral failure on the part of the individual, and not a failing on the part of the system that stood on their necks. And it was through Reagan that this idea that the government is your enemy and stands in the way of your freedom and prosperity really took hold in the Republican consciousness writ large, to the point that working and middle-class people voted to re-elect him, even though it was actively against their own best interest to do so. Sound familiar? This was clear in his trickle-down
I knew she was going to try to make a whole bunch of correlations to Trump, y'all.
economic policy, but it was also clear in his stance on labor rights. The 20th century saw a peak in labor unions, especially in the 40s and 50s, when over 1/3 of all workers in the US were members of a union. Unions were strong and could mount strong challenges against employers, and they brought about important labor laws like the 8-hour workday, minimum wage, child labor laws, and civil rights laws in the 1960s. During this period, Ronald Reagan himself was the president of the Screen Actors Guild, a labor union for actors. At some point in the 50s, Ronald flipped from Democrat to Republican. He claimed it was because his party, the Democrats, failed him. It could also be that while he was president,
Ronald probably would slap her like he slapped that lady on that film. That scene was cold-blooded anyway.
Of the Screen Actors Guild, he granted a rare waiver to MCA, his own talent agency, to allow them to start producing television shows. They needed a waiver because it was a real conflict of interest when the people who manage talent become the people who also hire the talent. You see, after that waiver was granted, Reagan conveniently was given a cushy TV job through MCA that paid him $125,000 per year in 1950s money, and he became a walking spokesman for GE, an influencer before there were influencers. The FBI eventually investigated MCA and the waiver granted to them by the Screen Actors Guild, including Reagan, for anti-competitive behavior. Nothing came of the probe for Reagan, though MCA was forced to break up. It was around this time that Reagan conveniently was like, you know what? Fuck unions. Fuck the government. Too many regulations. I'm a Republican now. Interesting. But he, of course, used his history as a union president to his advantage while running for governor of California and later for United States president, pointing out that he was the only candidate who's actually been president of a labor union in order to win over the working class white vote. Convenient.
Where free unions and collective bargaining are forbidden.
That's what I'm trying to say. She probably a tail-end millennial.
Freedom is lost.
And a lot of them voted for him, which was against their self-interest.
Like a dude, though.
And that was made abundantly clear not long into his presidency when, in 1981, PATCO, the Air Traffic Controllers Union, went on strike to demand better working conditions and increased pay. See, the problem with this is that the workers were technically federal employees, and it was against the law for federal employees to strike. Roughly half of all US flights were grounded during the strike. And Reagan held a press conference on the matter and made his stance.
And if they do not report for work within 48 hours, they have forfeited their jobs and will be terminated.
And then, 2 days later, 12,000 federal air traffic controllers lost their jobs and were barred from ever working for the federal government again. It was a show of strength that debilitated the organized labor movement, and it hasn't recovered since. Where at its peak, union membership accounted for over 1/3 of all workers in the United States, by the end of Reagan's presidency, that number was cut in half. Today, union membership accounts for roughly 10% of all workers, which is a historic low. The reason for this dramatic decrease in union members is twofold. One, Reagan's firing of the air traffic controllers sent a strong message to the private sector that union busting is fair game. And two, Reagan appointed his own cronies to head the National Labor Relations Board, the federal board that oversees unions. And they worked to loosen regulations on businesses and let them get away with like nearly whatever they wanted. And the suppression of the labor movement is shown in the numbers, not only in the dwindling number of union members, but also in the dramatic decrease in strikes, a common tool used by unions to counteract the power imbalance between workers and corporations. Prior to 1979, there were on average between 200 and 400 large-scale labor strikes on any given year. There were 187 in 1980. By 1989, there were 40. and in 2017, there were 7. Even the recent stirrings we've seen to unionize Amazon facilities, Starbucks coffee shops, and recently the first unionized strip club pales in comparison to the power of the labor unions in the middle of the 20th century that helped shift the balance of power away from the large corporations who had all the money and all the bargaining chips into the hands of workers. For example, my experience, having worked numerous jobs in the 21st century, is that companies treat you like they're doing you a favor by giving you a job. Like, you should be so lucky. And like, you have to show loyalty to the company above all else, otherwise you're a bad worker. They pay you what they want, they fire you whenever they want, and they do not have to give one flying fart about you because you are replaceable to them. They hold all the power. You want a job, take it or leave it. Most of them don't even list the pay range on their job postings unless they're legally required to. And if you were to ask for the pay range up front before putting in the effort to apply for the job, well, you might as well just not apply for the job because
because they give you a chance to pay you lower and not full price. And guess what? It'd be women that look like you that'll put you through that. Women be sitting up here complaining about the jobs that they go after like it ain't filled with other weird, snarky little broads like them. And they're, LGBT friends. They be having all of these stipulations coming in the door. Are you binary friendly? Like, nigga. Am I what? You might as well ask a nigga, is he a veterinarian and shit? Like, nigga, are you binary friendly? What? Somebody ordered pizza? Reason why I'm upset about that, because they'll turn around and blame all of this shit on men. When it be them.
hiring manager is going to look favorably on that. You're supposed to want the job because you're passionate about widgets and working for that company. Doing a job for money is not the team player attitude that we're looking for. Not to mention the fact that HR exists to keep the company from getting sued, not to protect your interests. So you can see how unions are so powerful, because it's only through collective bargaining and organizing that workers can balance out the power with their employers. Okay, sorry, I needed to go down that labor organizing tangent, but it really can't be overstated the devastating impact of the Reagan administration on workers' rights and workers' income. This combination, the huge tax cuts for the wealthy and the busting of unions, absolutely decimated the middle class and concentrated the power and money in the hands of big business and the top 10%. But it wasn't just the middle class he was coming after. Before taking office, Reagan ran for president in 1976 and lost the Republican nomination to incumbent Gerald Ford. During that first presidential run, Reagan was touting the failures of big government and discussing what he claimed was rampant abuse of the country's welfare system. And he kept coming back to this same story.
In Chicago, they found a woman who holds the record. She used 80 names, 30 addresses, 15 telephone numbers, to collect food stamps, Social Security, veterans benefits for 4 non-existent deceased veterans' husbands, as well as welfare. Her tax-free cash income alone has been running $150,000 a year.
The welfare queen. You know her, you love her. She's a scam artist. She's having babies just to make more money from the government. She's a liar. She's a cheat. She's sucking the system dry. She's black and she's everywhere. Boo. In reality, this story Reagan kept telling out of Chicago was about a woman named Linda Taylor. Her crimes were many. She was a scam artist. She was tried and convicted of welfare fraud, but the total they could prove she ever defrauded the government for was $8,000. Not $150,000 per year. Nor was she an accurate example of welfare recipients, because most welfare recipients were and are white people, an uncomfortable truth that detractors don't want to face. Nor is there any shame in benefiting from that system. I've benefited from food stamps.
All right, well, Master, she told one truth, bro. She told one out of like 99.
Veterans benefits numerous times throughout my childhood and adult life. In fact, in many states, welfare benefits are actually underutilized due to how difficult it is to get signed up for them and to stay signed.
You said this is a short about... All right, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can
up for them. Also, most people who defraud the welfare system are men. But Linda Taylor became the welfare queen, a scapegoat for Republicans to use as they blamed black people for what white supremacy did to them, while also decimating public safety net programs. And it's a trope that persists to this day, though usually only in veiled terms and dog whistles. And black women and welfare recipients weren't the only minorities hurt during the Reagan administration. Nancy and Ronnie were also big proponents of just say no and the beginning of the war on drugs. Drug users were another convenient scapegoat, and Reagan was responsible for slashing government programs that would have helped people get housed, get clean, or receive the mental health support they needed. And instead he was like, nah, just throw those guys in jail. And more people were also becoming unhoused because of the dramatic tax cuts for the wealthy and decrease in public safety net programs. And being unhoused or doing drugs were seen by Reagan and his supporters not as failures of a system meant to protect and lift up its people, but instead a moral failure of the individual. You're an addict because you decided to do drugs, and that's the only reason. You're unhoused because you're lazy, and you won't just apply for a job. This has nothing to do with our policies or the changes we're creating in society. That's a separate issue. This is solely your responsibility and your fault for not lifting yourself up by your bootstraps. And you know who else didn't bootstrap themselves enough? The gays. Oh, you thought the gays weren't part of this? Think again. Ever heard of a little thing called AIDS? Yeah, well, it was fucking rampant in the 80s. It started in the 70s, but no one really knew what it was, and by 1981, at the start of Reagan's presidency, it was becoming an epidemic.
Among the early researchers looking for both a cause and a cure was Dr. Anthony Fauci.
The plan is to put into clinical trials individuals who have full-blown AIDS.
Hundreds and then thousands and then tens of thousands of Americans were dying of it. And Reagan said nothing. The President of the United States said absolutely nothing for years. Because this was a disease of gay people and drug users. Two groups that decidedly were not constituents who voted for Reagan. People who mattered so little to him that a disease...
No, that damn, I hate to say it like this, but if you were G-Hay, and if you were smoking that dope, dropping the soap, and the diseases and stuff like that, I hate to say it, I think a lot of people didn't say nothing about it because they were going to let the disease and people croaking over from doing all of that stuff sort itself out. But it didn't. And then people start realizing that, hey, people that are higher up are G-Hay too. You know? Sadly enough, rich G-Hays look down on the broke ones because it is a behavior reserved for the rich, technically. If you know a thing or two about a thing or two. You're wretched for practicing it without certain things and affairs in order. But that's not my wheelhouse. You know, that's up to y'all. But I told y'all she was going to get to that. You can see it on her. She probably got a girlfriend in the next room. You know? I think this is a guy. You know? She looks like a guy. And the voice, I don't know. You know, you can do all kinds of stuff with the voice nowadays. You know, anything you put in a microphone nowadays, you can kind of manipulate it. So, slap a filter on it, you know. But she looks like a guy.
Disease that was associated with them and killing thousands of Americans remained on his periphery until it wasn't. Rock Hudson was a major film star in the mid-20th century at the same time Reagan was still pursuing his acting career. Rock Hudson and the Reagans were friends. Rock Hudson was also gay. Rock Hudson was also the first major celebrity to die of AIDS-related complications in 1985. It took the death of a friend for Reagan to even give a shit.
Malcolm, you gotta chill, bro. He says smoking crack and booty sex is not the kind of thing a president needs to write. Oh, shit. What's going on, Lord? Smoking that dope, drinking that wine, booty behind, or whatever Smokey Robinson said. I mean, they just thought it was gonna sort them out. It's like, goddamn. All right, well, yeah, we're not gonna talk about that, but let it sort them out. It's like today. People are killing themselves off of fentanyl and all kinds of stuff, right? And somebody's sitting back like, hey, don't stop it, make some money, but hey, let it sort them out. Yeah. Well, yeah, HIV's on the rise now, but the thing is that it's not as bad as it was before. You know what I'm saying? It's manageable with medication, you know. And then I don't know, we gotta see because, shit, Magic cured himself. You know that nigga cured himself. He just can't say much. But or he just gets the best medicine. But they say AI is actually solving some of these, but they're not trying to be too loud about it. Because you gotta introduce something else to control the people or the population. You know, don't let a cure for sure make y'all forget about population control. And it's not just people that need to be controlled. It's types of people, and in a school of thought, you know. But y'all got to remember too, it's not just population control. People are being manufactured. There's a lot of people out here. I'm telling y'all, they don't think. That's why AI is gonna catch on. Because a lot of people, they don't have a voice in their head. They really don't. Um, they don't have a voice in their head. That's what kind of AI kicks in. It's like, oh, we're thinking. Who needs to think? Thinking is just so overwhelmingly cumbersome. I couldn't dread to think for myself. Don't get stranded without AI, y'all. People lose their mind when their phone battery dies. Don't get stranded without AI. If you letting AI think for y'all. AI is gonna act like AI. AI knows it's a machine. AI is not a human being. It's not gonna really have no rational thought. AI will be confidently wrong. I've caught AI in a bunch of wrong shit, and it's like, thank God I know what I know. Because if I had blindly followed this joint, shit. I think too in the future, the police gonna be able to have access to the AI logs and shit like that. Because I know some dumbasses out there asking how to get away with murder. How do you chat GPT how do you get blood out of carpet? Oh, baking soda. Okay, the chat GPT telling the police on you and shit. How do you rob a bank? Just straight up, just start asking them how to break the law.
About this disease that was killing thousands on his watch. And it would take him 2 more
Deep seek. I'm deeply seeking a way how to rob this bank. How do you do that? How do you commit credit card fraud? Your co-defendant gonna be Claude.
years before he even acknowledged the disease
Claude
in an official press
fraud.
conference in 1987. By that time, over 30,000 people had contracted the disease and 20,000 people had died in the US alone. But again, even after he finally acknowledged the AIDS epidemic for what it was, he was reluctant to acknowledge it again. Funding for AIDS research under Reagan was slow to come, and it's unclear how the trajectory of the AIDS epidemic would have been different if Reagan had acknowledged it for what it was, a deadly and
Hold on. Because like it was different. Like I said, it was something that was supposed to sort certain people out, right? Remember, these people are Christians, right? Don't, if you get HIV, it's like it's a deficiency, it's an immune deficiency, and it's like a immune deficiency, and when you take the medication, I think it creates AIDS. I don't know how it works. It's something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Like as soon as you get on medication, like you get on AIDS medication because it creates AIDS. HIV just really technically supposed to fuck your immune system up. But I think once you start taking the medication, it AIDS,
unknown disease that was killing thousands of Americans, regardless of sexuality or drug use. Instead, it remained on the fringes of his presidency for years because, again, in the tidy imagination of his ideal American vision, you are the product.
After COVID, I think AIDS came out of a lab. You said all questions are logged into the company's access. Okay. Yeah, I know they got to keep some type of blockchain on people about that shit, Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, that's $PTV, 888, that's $PTV, 888, that's $PTV, 888. Please support the show. We're going to get into one more clip. We got Candace Owens coming up. I got y'all. It's Player Talk Radio.
Of your own actions. You have only yourself to blame. You did gay sex. You injected drugs. Just bootstrap yourself out of AIDS. In this way, Reagan was able to disconnect his policies from the outcomes of his policies. It's the moral failure of individuals, not anything he's done. It's one of the reasons that he's known as the Teflon president.
That sounds
despite
about
his
right.
Many failures, and despite the many ways in which he was an incredibly imperfect president, he managed to avoid the reputational damage that most presidents experience and come out the other side.
I'm gonna start asking these people, since they know which presidents are imperfect, who was the perfect president? Because it got a lot to do with time and what was going on and who was the perfect
as
president?
This mythical hero that Republicans still revere to this day. And nothing made more clear Reagan's lasting negative impact on our democracy like the presidency of Donald Trump. In both Donald Trump and Ronald Reagan, we had presidents who were also master showmen. And Reagan really introduced what Trump has seemed to perfect, manipulating the media to his advantage and using dog whistles to ignite his base of supporters. Nancy and Ronald Reagan were both actors before entering the White House. And Ronnie's abilities in front of the camera, his abilities to deliver a line, and his ability to provide a convincing song and dance routine came in handy time and again throughout his presidency. In the Reagans, the media finally had this showy, easily televised president they'd always dreamed of. The Reagans were
I think Obama had the best acting
always
skills.
ready for a photo op because they understood the power of pictures. They understood that pictures often conveyed a stronger message than what was being said or going on behind the scenes. Sure, we're slashing your benefits, kowtowing to big business, and rubbing elbows with rich people during the worst recession since the Great Depression. We're also just like you.
At the wrong camera.
We're sunshiny and pleasant. We live on a ranch. We're just a couple of cowboys. Reagan was able to use his acting experience to follow the scripts that were given to him, to position himself as folksy and all-American, and to build himself and his vision of America into this myth that still persists today. All the while, Reagan was able to use the media during his campaign for presidency and when he reached the White House to drop dog whistles for his supporters who were almost entirely white. And he was really the first person to perfect the dog whistle and use it to his political advantage. For example, he believed in the ultimate right of the individual, the right of the individual to own property and to do what he wanted with that property,
let me guess, she voted
excluding
for Kamala.
Whoever he wants from that property. Wink. He believes in
Kamala be off that box wine. Kamala be drinking that wine. Wasted her time. She probably somewhere off the box
States'
wine right
rights,
now.
wink. And he warned his supporters of the increased dangers in our cities, of welfare queens, and of a need for increased law and order to quell the, and I quote, jungle paths taking root throughout the country. Yikes. He was sunshiny and folksy, but in the end, Reagan was able to capitalize on what Trump later perfected. Fear. Fear of economic instability and fear of racial unrest. All the while fanning the flame of both issues and actively working against the best interest of the base that he is actively fear-mongering. And the final way that Reagan managed to undermine our democracy using a tactic that Trump later perfected was by aligning himself and the Republican Party with white evangelical Christians. The Christian right presented themselves as an opportunity for Reagan. They aligned on many of the same social issues like abortion and tax cuts, and especially the idea of the individual's responsibility for their own fate, that bootstrapping ideology that Reagan clung to. If you need welfare, it's because you're lazy, and you should just get a job. If you don't want to go to hell, you're a sinner, and it's up to you to get into heaven. Any moral failure, and it's straight to the bowels of hell for you. Not only that, but it turns out the evangelicals have a lot of money. One group of the religious right that had particular sway was called the moral majority.
I mean, you are in America, and Republicans kind of give you your right that you ask for, which is the right to freedom and do whatever you want. Like, really, this American thing, y'all, when you think about it to a certain degree, it's like they all go after the same issues. Some get mad when some say yes to things. Some get mad when some say no to things, right? But what the problem is that you have people that want people to think for them, or you have to think for people that claim that they're free and can think for themselves. Or people get mad when you actually let them be free and think for themselves, and then they don't know what to do because it's scary, because they think they might not make the right decision. Whereas they want other people to think for them so that they somewhat can't make the wrong decision. But then if that happens too much, then they not really independent. And you got to resell the idea that, the idea to them that they're quote unquote independent. Most people really don't want to be independent. They want like a sleight of hand. A lot of those people that don't want to really think for themselves, they want that sleight of hand to make them feel like they're independent, but the sleight of hand, they're really dependent. It's like, don't be out front showing people, but let me appear as if I'm, it's goofy. People want to be self-sufficient, but don't want to do it by themselves, or mad when they got to do it by themselves. Or it's like, oh, damn, I didn't know doing it by myself is this hard. Hey, pretend like you're not there, or be there for me, but I'm going to pretend like you're not. It's like that type of shit. That's why I call it the sleight of hand. That's kind of really just basically what it is. A lot of people don't like the power put in their hand. They low key want other people to make decisions for them. That's why they don't like Trump. It's like, he give me all back the reins. But then again, it's a personality thing. Like I was telling you guys, not everybody can start a business. You got to have a business. Honestly, a business for the most part, and depending on what type of business you start, it's based on your personality. If you don't got the personality to run a business, bro, you gonna have to pay somebody to run that business that got the personality to do it. Straight up. And people can't be over encumbered by that.
majority. It fought against abortion, the Equal Rights Amendment, and in favor of the family and traditional family values. It was founded in the 70s as a response to counterculture and the gay rights and women's rights movements of the previous decades, and it had a powerful lobbying arm. The moral majority is credited with helping Reagan win the 1980 presidential election. It was through the moral majority and Christian fundamentalists that Reagan was able to find a strong and fervent base of supporters. So it was, of course, in his best interest to make religion take a center stage in his politics. At the 1984 Republican convention, Reagan addressed a group of Christians saying, "The truth is, politics and morality are inseparable, and as morality's foundation is religion, religion and politics are necessarily related." He concluded, "If we ever forget that we're one nation under God, then we will be a nation gone under." So much for separation of church and state, am I right? And it was a tactic that worked. It brought more blue-collar and working-class people behind him, and it increased his appeal in the South, a place where his 1980 presidential rival Jimmy Carter typically held favor as the hometown hero. And this allegiance that Reagan struck with the white Christians has stuck to this day. And it was this same base that Trump was able to tap into to win, despite the fact that he's not religious, despite the fact that he actively worked against the best interests of the blue-collar.
I mean, it's just men being traditional in ages where men aren't traditional. If you don't believe in same-sex marriage and all that other stuff, yeah, you use God. And people just going to sit there and call you ignorant. You kind of look crazy calling somebody of the Lord
working class people who voted for him, largely because of the ideals he espoused and dog whistles he used to appeal to that base. And it's that link between the Republican Party and evangelicals that has led to the rise of Christian nationalists, to the increase in hateful legislation aimed at trans kids and drag queens, to the dismantling of Roe v. Wade, to the banning of critical race theory and
they took clowns. Y'all notice this generation of people don't like clowns and shit? Y'all don't see Ronald McDonald at McDonald's no more. McDonald's are like the damn Social Security office. Nigga, have y'all ever been to McDonald's? The last thing they look like they serve is food. Nigga, McDonald's are like the place where the subpoena man hangs out at to catch your ass. Like the Social Security office. You don't see not one clown in there. Clowns scare the fuck out of people now. Clowns used to be happy and fun and all that. Now clowns just scare people. So the clown don't come to see your kids in school no more because the kids are scared of clowns. So they put trans people in your children's school if the teacher ain't trans themselves. And they want to tell kids that, hey, when you see this in public, you treat it with respect. And by the way, little Jimmy, do you feel this way? You know, little Jimmy can't like Frozen, the movie, without them trying to get him to put a damn dress on. You can like Frozen without putting a damn dress on. You can like Mulan and Cinderella. You don't gotta put no damn dress on. But oh no. School is a concentration camp. Schools and prison kind of go hand in hand if you think about it.
That present any ideas contrary to the conservative, Christian, nationalist worldview. Over and over again, Reagan did what he had to do to cement power for himself and his rich and powerful supporters. Whether it was cutting taxes, busting unions, or leaning into racist stereotypes and dog whistles, he did whatever he had to do to get what he wanted. His incredibly short-sighted policies and actions while in the White House led to increased economic and social division in America, to a growing distrust between Democrats and Republicans, and to the growth of a strong but small faction of radical conservatives who are using fear-mongering and capitalizing on what divides us in order to further erode our democracy. No, you can't pin everything that's happening in America today onto one man. But I double dog dare you to find a person or a president who is more culpable for the current social, political, and economic instability than President Ronald Reagan. And I haven't even touched on his stance on communism. Stay tuned for next week when I answer the question, why are Americans so obsessed with communism? For now, check out my latest video all about why America is still segregated. Thanks so much for watching.
America's obsessed with communism? Well, America's soft as hell right now. That's why you need people like the Orange Man. Oh, we got groups of people, y'all, that put the stick in their own bicycle wheel. And then mad that they're on the ground. But all right, let me do this real quick. Gang banging. That shit gonna be stuck in my head all day, y'all. So I'm gonna make sure it's stuck in y'all head too. This woman is relentless. She gotta be stopped. She said Epstein is innocent. Tucker Carlson is guilty.
All right, you guys, happy Monday. I hope you enjoyed the holiday weekend. I certainly did. We baptized
Candace O'Block Owens. Back at it
baby
again,
Roman.
y'all.
It was my husband's birthday, and it was America's birthday. So it was just a good weekend of family fun. Anyways, we are officially in upside down land. So I hope you are currently watching this on your head, because people are up in arms because, just like Diddy, Epstein didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing. The Epstein case has been officially closed, my friends. He actually didn't even have a client list that he used.
Shout outs to EB and the place
For
to
blackmail.
be. Let's go.
It's kind of hilarious, objectively hilarious, is what I think our government has become. We're going to talk about that. Also, Tucker Carlson is at it again. He's in deep trouble with the mainstream media and the censor lords because he went ahead and interviewed the president of Iran. I mean, if we're going to maybe be going to war, maybe we should speak to the other side, see what's happening. And everyone knows that propaganda only works if Americans hear just one side of the story. So he is really ruining that right now for the deep state. All that and more coming up on Candace.
This woman needs to be stopped, y'all.
We have got to start with Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm sorry that I'm smiling about this. It's just getting so ridiculous. It feels like the evil people are now laughing in our face. And there's so much that has happened. And I feel like a lot of it that happened way back in 2007 and 2008 isn't really known to the wider public, because we went through this phase where the left and the right, we hate each other so much, way too much, to appreciate the bigger picture that was happening in the middle. So I'm going to slow everything down for you so you can truly appreciate how absurd this.
Well, they had to get Epstein up out of here. Or Epstein got himself up out of here, because if they really was to open it up, he probably would have been super guilty, but you got other people that's involved that probably would have been busted a lot of shit open. So he wasn't going to stick around for that.
Story is. First and foremost, and this is my favorite part of the Jeffrey Epstein story, is that he is a man who became a billionaire. And the strangest part about his billionaire
is the madame still alive? What's her name? Ghislaine Maxwell?
Status is that nobody knows how he became a billionaire. Yeah, they can't tell us that. That's my favorite part of the whole thing, is just
became a billionaire smoking that dope.
Like Chris, my editor, mentioned earlier.
Laundering
You
coke.
don't pay 8 cents of tax money. And they'll be like, right here, my friends. You shorted the government 8 cents. But Jeffrey Epstein, we don't know where he got his billions of dollars. The real story actually begins with a man named Donald Barr. Okay, Donald Barr. And if you're listening to that right now and thinking, Candace, that surname sounds strangely familiar to you, well, it is because he is, in fact, Bill Barr's father. Bill Barr, who worked for the CIA and then became the U.S. Attorney General under George H.W. Bush, and then again under Donald Trump's first term. Yeah, that Bill Barr. His dad was Donald Barr. And his dad's actually a pretty interesting character, I got to tell you, because he published this book in 1973, a science fiction book. I want to be clear, it's fiction. And it was entitled Space Relations. And this totally fiction book told the story about a planet that is ruled by oligarchs who engage in child sex slavery. Wow, that is really weird.
Oh, but they're on a different planet, so the rules don't the rules don't apply. Give me that alien, baby.
Per Wikipedia, they write, quote, it has been noted that the plot of the novel anticipates the crimes of Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. And even more interesting, by the way.
You try to get away with it on another planet? Summon that alien,
is
baby.
That this planet that is engaging in this child sex trafficking is known as the Kossars. Let me spell that for you. Kossar. Not to be confused with Khazars. But I did decide to look into the word Kossar, Kossar, and it does, it actually is a surname from Eastern European Slavic area, but don't let you get caught up here, okay? Anyways, in this intergalactic plot, there is this group of people who are political extremists, and they are ruled by oligarchs, and they settle this colony in the middle of nowhere because they're political extremists. And they're actually, it says on Wikipedia, they are bored because they just have so much power, such absolute power. They never get in trouble for anything. They can do whatever they want, these Kossars, and they're bored with their power, and they have an ambassador that's helping them to be welcomed back into the wider empire, because the wider empire is actually not down with their slave-owning society. They don't allow them to kidnap human beings and to trade them. That's so strange, right? Very interesting story that Barr was. It's a totally fictional story that he was telling. Vice actually read the book by a journalist named Becky Ferreira, and she describes the novel as highly unsettling due to its depiction of rape of enslaved people, particularly teenage girls, and other coercive sex acts. The sex acts described are performed, quote, for the dual purposes of entertainment and controlled procreation. And she views the novel as sexualizing minors and fetishizing rape. That seems really weird. But Barr, Daddy Barr,
he said it was fiction,
wrote this book. I got to tell you something else about him. It's quite interesting, because it does end up being a lot of what Jeffrey Epstein was accused of and was was actually doing. At the time that his book was published, even more interestingly, Donnie Barr was the headmaster of a school. Wow, could you imagine sending your kid to this school? And then this guy publishes this book about child sex exploitation. Anyways, he was the headmaster of a school called the Dalton School in New York. And while he was the headmaster, a young Jeffrey Epstein was selected to become a math teacher at this school. Jeffrey Epstein, by the way, was just 21 at the time. Donnie Barr's the headmaster. Jeffrey Epstein becomes a math teacher. And I got to tell you why that's weird. First and foremost, because Jeffrey Epstein only had a high school degree. He didn't have any teaching certifications. He had dropped out of this mathematics program at NYU. Yet under Donald Barr's stewardship, while he's writing this book on the side, Jeffrey Epstein is plucked from obscurity to teach at one of the most prestigious schools in Manhattan. So prestigious, by the way, that today, tuition is $65,000 per year. by the way, I should tell you, Barr himself was a bit controversial. He actually made several unconventional hires at this school during his tenure. And soon after Jeffrey was hired as a teacher, he had to resign amid some controversy. I'm not going to get down that rabbit hole for you, but yeah, he's an interesting character. And you are probably not going to be shocked, but while Epstein was there as a teacher, he was inappropriate with the young female students. He attended parties with them. They spoke about this in the future. Anyways, this unqualified, or at least underqualified,
Teachers are freaky as fuck, y'all. Grow up a little bit.
creepy Epstein, who only had a high school diploma, then magically gets a job in finance. Again, zero qualifications. He just somehow became friends with the CEO of Bear Stearns.
Right.
So in 1976, he joins this firm as a low-level junior assistant to a trader. Because again, he doesn't have any qualifications. So he's just assisting, not even the executive assistant, the junior assistant to.
I think she's like alluding that a lot of this money comes from extortion or his friends, laundering it or whatever. I don't know.
To a trader. But magically, you guys, you're not going to believe me. Just 4 years later, that junior assistant, Jeffrey Epstein, became a partner of the firm. I kid you not. He was made a partner of the firm at the age of 27 with zero financial background. It's giving Emmanuel Macron. It's giving like someone more powerful is just kind of pulling me up through the ranks, and I'm allowed to do that for whatever reason. I don't know. That's just I'm getting a vibe here. It just sounds very familiar to me. Anyways, just 1 year later,
I'm glad though.
He actually had to leave.
I'm glad she's actually talking about this while everybody wants to throw Diddy under the bus.
So basically, getting food out is illegal.
God damn it. Why keep playing this?
Now, I know everybody wants to be the elephant in the room. But before,
hold on, y'all. God damn.
He was made partner of the firm at the age of 27 with zero financial background. It's giving Emmanuel Macron. It's giving like someone more powerful is just kind of pulling me up through the ranks, and I'm allowed to do that for whatever reason. I don't know. That's just I'm getting a vibe.
Yeah, Candace be
it just sounds very familiar to me. Anyways, just 1 year later, he actually had to leave that firm, even though he just made partner, because he was found guilty of an SEC violation. So partook in a little bit of fraud, very quickly had to resign. But it's all good because then he just started his own consulting firm, because obviously he's super qualified to do that, to start consulting for billionaires and governments, because that's what he did. He establishes like Epstein and Co. at the age of 28, and he begins consulting for governments and extremely wealthy clients. Some of the clients, by the way, who have embezzled funds from people. I'll give you just one example. This guy, Stephen Hoffenberg, hired Epstein in 1987 as a consultant for his Towers Financial Corporation. And while Jeffrey Epstein was consulting for Towers Financial Corporation, they happened to take part in the largest Ponzi scheme ever recorded until Bernie Madoff came some years later. Oh, darn. Once again, Epstein's just caught up in a little bit of fraud. But that didn't give the other elites, the other millionaires and billionaires, any pause to continue working with him. No, they just kept hiring this guy. And his most significant consulting relationship.
You need a canary in a coal mine. Somebody that really don't got that much of a background, that you gotta be specific if you go on that man's trail. That's kind of really how this works.
With Leslie Wexner. Now, if that name sounds familiar to you, it has been alleged that Epstein made millions because he was managing Leslie Wexner's affairs. Millions. Far cry from billions. But Leslie, you might recognize Wexner because he is the owner of many retail stores, Abercrombie and Fitch.
Hardy said the shit is going to come to light later. People might realize that Diddy probably on the bottom of the totem pole when it comes down to the bigger picture. You know? Not a pervert old man at the top, y'all. Right,
Victoria's Secret, I think, is probably the one that he's most known for. Lane Bryant, just the L brand in general. Leslie for whatever reason, just felt that Jeffrey Epstein should just be given control of everything. Power of attorney, make hiring decisions, firing decisions. He really empowered this Jeffrey Epstein. And for whatever reason, while Epstein was empowered, when executives at the company would come forward and say, hey, this Jeffrey Epstein is kind of a creep. He's posing as a recruiter for Victoria's Secret models. And he's getting access to these women. That was completely ignored. Of course, we know what happens next. Epstein, or during this time frame, he is throwing parties for the elite of the elites. Everyone who wasn't anybody is obviously at a Jeffrey Epstein party. He is the guy to know. His sidekick there, Ghislaine Maxwell, we'll discuss her briefly in a bit. Fast forward to 2006, bad year for our boy Epstein. Bad year. In early 2006, Epstein was actually charged in Florida with multiple counts of molestation and unlawful sexual activity with a minor. Now, to be clear, the FBI was able to confirm for 34 minors. They were able to confirm their stories had been corroborated, that they had been abused by him. That number was then increased to 40 by the time he signed this really interesting plea deal. Okay. Now, to just let you know what he was up to, the details from the investigation included allegations that 12-year-old triplets were flown in from France, interesting place, for Epstein's birthday, and then flown back following the day after they had been sexually abused by him. It was alleged that the young girls were being recruited from Brazil, from South American countries, from former Soviet countries, Europe, and that a certain Jean-Luc Brunel, who ran the modeling agency, which was funded by Epstein, known as MC2, was supplying these young girls to Epstein. Now, Jean-Luc Brunel, again, we're not going to get sidetracked here. He's a French guy. A lot of things that are just going to cross with the Epstein and the French and everything we've uncovered about Emmanuel Macron. But we can't speak to Jean-Luc today because you're not going to believe this, guys. Jean-Luc got arrested, and when he was in a cell, he committed suicide by hanging himself. Yeah. So that's another dead end. He committed suicide, sadly. Anyways, utterly, Jeffrey Epstein, despite everything, all of his guilt, he was delivered this amazing deal, caught red-handed. Yet Alexander Acosta, who was then the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida, handed him a very light sentence, and the deal was incredible, okay? First and foremost, the deal granted immunity to any of his potential co-conspirators. So it's like they're investigating the feds, and they're like, okay, this guy's got something to do. Oh, these people, everyone's involved. We're just going to go ahead and grant immunity to those people. The prosecutors also agreed that they would keep the deal that they made with Jeffrey Epstein a secret from his victims. So that's
what I've been noticing. If you're guilty, and I don't know if it's because they don't want to blow the case up, but I think it's more so they want to protect their own and the people that really know the shit. They just give you immunity. That right there is a crime. That's not justice. But I want to see if that's how they're going to do this with Cassie. I want to see how this Cassie thing plays out. Because that's a crime. They've been giving the wrong people immunity. For example, this Tory Lanez case. They gave Kelsey immunity. And she running around here saying, yeah, I tried to shoot that bitch. And I'd do it again. But Tory's in jail.
The victims could not challenge it in court. So they just get a phone call. I found out that Jeffrey Epstein, we already dealt with that. He actually signed what's known as a non-prosecution agreement with federal prosecutors. So in the end, he pled guilty to just one count of solicitation of prostitution and one count of procurement of minors for prostitution. And what they gave him was a sentence of 13 months in county jail. And I want to be clear that when he got sentenced this, he was allowed to leave to work at his office and to go for walks. In fact, this part is actually so incredible that I want to read this straight from the Wikipedia page because I can't even do it justice. Now, Wikipedia is just pulling, you can go and fact check these. This is from like the Washington Post, other sources, but it reads, while most convicted sex offenders in Florida are sent to state prison, Epstein was instead housed in a private wing of the Palm Beach County Stockade. That's the sheriff's office, just so you guys are clear. He was just housed in a private wing of the sheriff's office. And according to the sheriff's office, was for 3.5 months allowed to leave the jail on work release for up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. So for 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to leave. Now, when he was actually in his private cell, the door was open. Epstein's cell door was left unlocked, and he had access to the attorney room where a television was installed for him. Let me make that clear. So he is not only allowed to leave his room whenever he wants, allowed to leave the sheriff's office for 12 hours a day, including one day of the weekend, because it's 6 days a week. They also went through an effort to install a television for him in the attorney's room. Not even the attorneys got that, but they installed one for him. Okay, great.
Paid for it.
That's before they moved him into their previously unstaffed infirmary. At the sheriff's office, if you're wondering what they got, Jeffrey Epstein, right before he turned himself over, he established this not-for-profit. And from that not-for-profit, while he was in jail, he paid the sheriff's office $128,000. And that was for extra service that they had provided him during his work release. And what extra services did they provide Jeffrey Epstein during his work release? Well, he wanted to make sure that his office, his off-campus office, was monitored by permit deputies and that their overtime was paid for by Epstein. And he made sure that those deputies that were coming with him to work wore suits and that they checked in his guests at his front desk. So the sheriffs, while he was going to work, came with him. He paid them for overtime. He wanted them to wear suits, and they were responsible for checking in his guests. This is while he's in jail serving his sentence, okay? Now, later, the sheriff's office would say that the guest logs were destroyed. So we don't know who they were checking in for anyways. Epstein served almost 13 months, if we're calling that serving, before he was released in 2009 for a year of probation on house arrest. Now, I want to be clear, house arrest for Jeffrey Epstein looked a little different, okay? While on probation, he was allowed to go on numerous trips because he doesn't have just one house, you guys. So he was allowed to take his corporate jet to his residences in Manhattan, in the U.S. Virgin Islands. He was also, because you can imagine he didn't get a lot of exercise in his houses, he was allowed to go on long shopping trips and walks all around Palm Beach for quote unquote exercise. Actually, I actually do think he probably had a gym in all of these houses, but the point is he wanted fresh air exercise, so he needed these long walks throughout Palm Beach. Epstein was also allowed to use his own driver to drive him between jail and his office and other appointments. Now, you're probably thinking around now, why on earth would Alex Acosta agree to that? What's he doing? Why would you allow this man guilty as sin to essentially just run a sheriff's office for a few months and then do whatever he wants thereafter? Well, Alex Acosta faced a lot of pressure when Trump nominated him for Secretary of Labor. And he told reporters years later that it wasn't in his control. He said, quote, "I was told that Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone, and that Epstein was above my pay grade." Excuse me, above the pay grade? The Attorney General of the Southern District of Florida? Who exactly is paying Epstein? What colony of COSARs, what are we calling them, could be so powerful, almost bored with their power, if we're going back to this space book, bored with their power, that they would allow this to take place and have confidence, know fully well that even if they get caught, who cares? I mean, you'd have to be so powerful and so politically extremist, like that book suggests, that you could, sink the USS Liberty, maybe shoot a sitting president in broad daylight while you're at it, and still have politicians referring to you as friends and allies. Anyways, let's not get lost here. There are some more interesting facts about Jeffrey Epstein. One, he had a working fake passport. That's incredible. He had an Austrian passport with a totally fake name that placed his residence in Saudi Arabia, and it worked. So yeah, he was a Fed. Obviously, he was very high up in the deep state, and he used this passport to enter countries throughout the 1980s when he was very young, the 1980s, guys, including the United Kingdom, Spain, Saudi Arabia. He also had a very compelling interest in artwork, okay? And you've probably seen this. He had this artwork of Bill Clinton in Monica Lewinsky's dress above his desk.
What the hell?
And that's interesting in general, because I don't know if you know this, but President Clinton was blackmailed. He was blackmailed by Israel because they wanted to get this deal done with the Palestinian Authority, and also were pressuring him to release one of their assets, Jonathan Pollard. Now, Jonathan Pollard, to give you a background here, was another agent of Israel. He was actually a CIA analyst who was found guilty and went to prison for 30 years for spying on behalf of Israel. So he worked for the U.S. government, but he was spying on behalf of Israel. Anyways, this is according to the Times of Israel. Let's take a look at what happened. Netanyahu said to have offered Lewinsky tapes for Pollard. Okay, it reads in this article that Israel attempted to use tapes of the former U.S. President Bill Clinton's steamy conversations with intern Monica Lewinsky to leverage the release of Jonathan Pollard. That's at least what the book regarding the Clinton family was claiming. The book is entitled Clinton Inc., and the subtitle is The Audacious Rebuilding of a Political Machine. And the author, Daniel Halper.
You probably had endless madams. Put Monica Lewinsky on that boy. What you like, Bill? What you like? You like brunettes? You know, brown and blue is a really good color, Bill. Billy boy. I don't got my my clip, y'all. Y'all know I used to play the clip that I did not have sexual relationships with that woman. You know, y'all got to study, man. Bill a whole player. You know, Bill had the whole player disposition. Like, listen, man, these girls are on me. What am I supposed to do? I'm the victim here. Hillary could not trust that man. I'm the victim here. I've been seeing Bill Clinton lately. He looks sick. Like, his head big and shit. That nigga got a big ass juice box head. Bill look crazy as hell.
Relies on the record interviews with former officials.
He was supposed to be the first Negro president in black people's eyes. And Trump just took all of that shit away from him. Blew his ass up out the water. I don't know why they always associate Negroes with degeneracy. Okay.
Together with a close analysis of documents that were termed the quote-unquote Monica files. And it tells the story of one of the most prominent political families in the United States, being the Clintons. According to the author, the documents indicate that during the Y plantation talks, so these were plantation talks it was held on the Y plantation in Maryland, okay, between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. And Bill Clinton was in the middle of this because, you know, there's always drama happening there in 1998, and Netanyahu wasn't getting what he wanted. So Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, our dear friend and ally, pulled Bill Clinton aside, and he presses, first and foremost, for the release of Jonathan Pollard. This is directly from the Times of Israel article. I'm going to read this quote. The Israelis present at Y River had a new tactic for their negotiations. They'd overheard Clinton and Monica, and they had it on tape. not wanting to directly threaten the powerful American president, a crucial Israeli ally, Clinton was told that the Israeli government had thrown the tapes away. But the very mention of them was enough to constitute a form of blackmail, Halper wrote, adding that, quote, according to information provided by a CIA source, a stricken Clinton appeared to buckle. Our friend and ally is at it again, you guys. Yep, they're at it again. Hey, just want to let you know, I have tapes of you with Monica Lewinsky, but I'm going to throw them away. Oh, I don't know. Why do you have tapes of what took place in the White House? What's going on? Should we ask questions? No, we shouldn't ask questions. We should never just ask questions. Anyways, yes, obviously, the entire world knows that Jeffrey Epstein was their asset. He was working for them, obviously, okay? From Ghislaine Maxwell and her father's.
Having the president on a presidential freak off is crazy. And the CIA and all them other people not be on your ass. But then again, you don't want people in the CIA to know.
Involvement with the Mossad and who attended his funeral. Leslie Wexner, look up everything that he donates to. I mean, he's essentially, he works for Israel. This is like a known fact. But you guys, I want you to be calm. It's all good. Because now the Department of Justice has come out and they say that Jeffrey Epstein, he had no list. The girl has no name.
Oh, I know Elon. If this is true, Elon Price.
Here it is. The DOJ, the FBI conclude that Epstein had no client list and he died by suicide. Nothing to see here. And that's what happened. They made that conclusion.
They made it disappear.
They had no evidence that the convicted sex offender and disgraced financier, are we even calling him that? I don't even know how he's allowed to be deemed a financier. That there was no evidence that he blackmailed powerful figures, or that he kept a client list, or that he was murdered, according to the memo. And now if you're thinking, didn't we see when the FBI raided his home that there was a photo and he had all of these tapes? That's a lot of stuff. Yeah, here's another photo. It just seems like he maybe had a lot, but no, guys, there's nothing that indicates anything at all. Nothing at all. And they also are releasing some raw and enhanced versions of footage of the Manhattan prison where Epstein was held the night that he died. And they say that the video supports the medical examiner's findings that Epstein died by suicide. And the footage is hilarious. Just like one image. They're like, see, no one walks towards his cell. I mean, oh, okay. Here it is, guys. I guess that means since no one entered the cell this way, that it's totally impossible that anybody entered another way. It's totally impossible that anything else happened because look, we're showing you the footage, friends. It's over. Look away. Now the nation that cared so much about Jonathan Pollard that they blackmailed Clinton to get him back, to try to get him back. And when that failed, they still were able, by the way, to get Jonathan Pollard. He received a pardon in 2021. Incredible. Guilty. Fully admitted that he is guilty. Israel has admitted that he received a pardon in 2021 from President Trump. I'm not kidding. They said this would go a long way in just healing, tensions between Israel and America. And so even though he was already out of prison, they felt that this next step should be taken, which is to say, just wipe his record clean. And President Trump did that in 2021. And then what Jonathan Pollard did as soon as he got that pardon was he got on a plane and went to Israel and was greeted on the tarmac by President Netanyahu. Yay! Smiley face. Anyways, it might sound like I don't believe any of this, and I don't want you guys. I want you guys to walk away and have my attitude. I can be a cynic. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I've read what the press says about me. So I will first and foremost remind you that this is kind of strange to hear, only because Pam Bondi definitely said on Fox News in February that the client list was on her desk. I mean, I'll let you guys watch the clip of what she said on Fox News. Take a listen.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we'll check back with you.
And then Alina Habba went on to Piers Morgan in February and said that they had flight logs, information, that they had names. I mean, take a listen.
In this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. There's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Cash and Pam, there will be accountability.
Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out my little Men in Black tool, and just wipe your memory real quick. Phew. Phew. She didn't say any of that. Phew. Cool. Now let's run Caroline Leavitt at the White House briefing earlier today. Take a listen.
DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable, and I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the President's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Oh,
Sure.
Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looked at circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network, on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that.
There you have it, you guys. That is transparency. That's transparency. I mean, I don't know what more you want from your government. Do you feel like they're laughing at us? I feel like they're laughing at us. We are definitely in clown world. I'm not a huge Elon Musk fan because I think he plays a role in, like, the coming AI system of.
Dang, and this had to come out right after Elon Musk said all of that stuff. I so sorry.
Controlling global affairs, but he did nail it with this clown meme tweet. I will say that. We will release the Epstein list. We just need more time. The Epstein list is on my desk. There is no Epstein list. It just happened, like, just right in our face. And listen, if I was writing a fantasy novel about costers getting away with everything, I don't know, like I would, and they're bored with their power, this would maybe be the plot line. But the book was written before the plot line happens, almost like it just gets planned and then they just get so bored. They're like, haha, wouldn't it be funny if we just put it in a book? Like, I don't know, just put it in a book, what we're doing. Haha, laughing at everybody's faces. Feels like that. Interestingly enough.
Well, I mean, sometimes you got to shake the carton of eggs to see which one breaks. This Epstein list thing was running around for a long time. A lot of people were shook, though. Scandalous.
Though I was contacted by someone, a certain someone, For those of you who enjoyed my Brigitte series, Xavier Poussard has been working quite diligently over the last couple of years, not just on the story of Brigitte Macron and this weird ring that happens in France, but also that investigation brought him to Jeffrey Epstein. Because Jeffrey Epstein, as Ghislaine Maxwell, she was French as well, Mossad, and the investigation of Brigitte brought him to Jeffrey Epstein, and he said to me, Candace, would you want to do a series on Epstein? He asked me this about 2 months ago. And what I heard was, would you like to die? Would you like to die? Because that's kind of where, do you want to play around with that colony of the Kossers, the fake fictional one that totally doesn't exist? Do you want to play a game sort of a thing? And thinking maybe it could be interesting to hear what Xavier Poussard has to say. I think we got to team up. And he said to me, you need to understand this is bigger than even the Mossad and the CIA. It is a game that has been run for a very long time. That's what Xavier is saying. He mentioned some interesting names. And maybe where our government, with all of their resources,
You gotta be bold as hell to just have a kid and be talking like this.
is failing the people, the actual journalists, which means if you are an actual journalist, the mainstream media hates you because they work for the state, right? They're a part of the club. We're not in it. And Xavier Poussard is pretty hated. I mean, he had to flee for his life. So that's interesting. Like, he's not even allowed to live in France, and I wouldn't step foot on that soil. I don't know. Maybe it will be up to us. So what can I say, guys? Stay tuned. Throw to a couple of our sponsors before we get into Tucker Carlson. Remember, you have to hate Tucker Carlson, according to last week. Want to remind you guys about Goldco, because you've heard me say it before. We're living in very unpredictable times. The economy is shaky, inflation is rising, and the dollar does not go as far as it used to. That's why Americans are turning to gold, because gold is real, it's tangible, and it's held value for thousands of years. Unlike the stock market or currency, gold doesn't vary.
All right. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. As promised, I'm giving y'all
out. All right, you guys. By the way, book club's going to be fun this week because we know what's going on. I don't know if that was a fantasy novel. Anyways, how it connects to Hollywood, these people seem like some pretty bad people. That's a lot of power. I don't know. Not going to say anything else. We got to talk about Tucker. Yeah. Tucker Carlson's at it again. He's pissing off a lot of people. And pastors, apparently, also, along with me. And he did this thing. Like, journalists used to do this thing, or maybe they never did this thing, but Tucker is doing this thing where he seems to not necessarily trust the narratives that are being provided by the mainstream media, and he thinks it's better to go directly to the source of their ire. And so when they're going, rah, 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 we got to go to war. And let me tell you, we are not finished with Iran. Okay, do not be foolish. Oh, the 12-day war, LOL. Israel's defense systems were obviously low, and they need to be replenished. That's my take. I'm sticking to it. Tucker decided, hey, this would be a good time to maybe interview the president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian. And he did. He announced that interview on Saturday, and immediately, strangely, the Zionist lobby people on X were having a mental breakdown. Let's show some of these tweets. Who do you got? Arsen Ostrovsky writes, so much for America first. For you, Tucker, it seems to be Iran first. Ooh, sick burn. I don't know how he's going to survive that. Avi Amini writes, Tucker is anyone but America first. Oh, gosh, he couldn't be. Is he think he's going to allow Americans to think? This guy says the same thing. America first. That's now over. Doesn't he know that to be America first, you have to know that Americans can't think and they need to be propagandized, and they shouldn't be able to hear both sides of an argument? I do always do that, by the way. I like to always just think about our foreign policy on like a more molecular level. Like, could you imagine if you had, let's just say, two kids that were fighting and they get into a fight and you're like, what happened? But you're like, I don't want to hear what you say, only you. I only trust you. Tell me what happened. And like, we're just not going to hear this version at all. And no matter what, we're just going to go, but we're going to punish this individual without ever hearing their side. It's completely crazy that we wouldn't hear the other side. Doesn't mean the other person's telling you the truth 100%, but we know sure as hell American journalists are not telling us the truth at all. So let's hear both sides and try to, I don't know, critically think. That's my idea here. Anyways, I'll show you a couple of clips here from that interview that had people freaking out. The first thing that I found so interesting was the discussion regarding
so it's anti-patriot to them.
Okay. Because I'm going to tell you, truthfully, I came up in Zionist media accidentally just because I didn't really know much about Israel. And I was like, why not? Why wouldn't we want to defend people? Why wouldn't we want Jewish people to have a state? Like, I was very surface. And I was told repeatedly that a fatwa is issued, and it basically is for, sends a message to all the Muslims that if you see this person, you should kill them. Like, it's essentially a death threat. That is what a fatwa is. That is what I was told. Listen to what the Iranian president has to say, and then I'm going to show you the true definition of a fatwa, which kind of surprised me. Take a listen.
2 Iranian ayatollahs have issued fatwas against Donald Trump. What does that mean exactly, and what do you think of it?
To the best of my knowledge, they have not issued decrees or fatwas against any individual or against Donald Trump. And first off, it has nothing to do with the Iranian government or to His Eminence the Supreme Leader of Iran. Or what they actually meant by the fatwa was in condemnation of an insult to a religion or religious personalities, and they were actually saying that this is deplorable, this is unacceptable. So it was not directed towards the U.S. president or any other individual, and there might be people with their own ideas and opinions, but I can assure you that the meaning of this fatwa should not.
Right, they putting bags on. Party said, man, fuck that. They putting a bag on this man. Right, that's all I heard. Party. I'm like, all right, somebody got a bag on their head. That's what the fatwa means. We gotta start calling shit a fatwa.
Not be construed or considered as a threat against any individual.
Okay, so call.
I thought I was the only one. I was like, hold on, somebody got a bag on their head.
Like I said, I was specifically told by people who I was working for and working with that it meant like this is a death threat, essentially, that once
Bro up there lying. No, it's not necessarily a bag on their head. We just saying just in case somebody gets murked, you know, that there's a reward.
they say they issue a fatwa that it means kill this person. And here is the actual definition of a fatwa. I just Googled this. It says a fatwa is a non-binding legal opinion in Islam issued by a qualified religious scholar known as a mufti on a specific issue. It serves as an interpretation of Islamic law and provides guidance to Muslims on various aspects of life, including religious practices and ethical dilemmas. Fatwas are not considered legally binding judicial rulings, but rather legal advice or directives based on Islamic teachings. Just want to read that to you because I was totally surprised that is what it was. It sounds like,
No, you know how one thing can mean two things in America. Come on now.
If you're a Catholic and is this Catholic doctrine and somebody has to furnish the answer to a yes or a no, that's what it sounds like. There could be more of it I'm missing, but that kind of caught me off guard because I just am constantly reassessing how unbelievably brainwashed I was previously. And again, this is not a defense of Iran, it's a defense of Israel. It's just basically me standing up and saying how absurd it is that our media lies to us repeatedly. Then, regarding whether or not Iran tried to assassinate President Trump. Now that, very tough sell for me. Matthew Crooks did not look like he had it in with Iranians particularly. And the way that it disappeared from our media makes me think that maybe somebody else might have been involved that had a lot of power, okay? Here is what he had to say regarding any assassination plots towards President Trump. Take a listen.
Has Iran ever backed an assassination attempt against Donald Trump?
This is actually what Netanyahu is trying to insinuate and to make your people or the president of your country to believe. But this is wrong because Netanyahu, as I said, has its own agenda. It wants to drag the U.S.
Bro, they were just yelling F Trump. Out in the open, he be holding F Trump
into
rally.
Forever wars, as I said, and to bring more insecurity, instability, and unrest to the whole region.
Okay, well, you're definitely not going to get a disagreement from me regarding Netanyahu. I just want to be very clear. He's our friend and our ally. He's our friend and our ally. Definitely. My politicians say so, so it definitely must be true. If I had to guess, some people that might have been on the Epstein list, it might have been like, almost the whole of Congress. But it's fascinating that the people are attacking Tucker for bringing you another version of events, like they attacked him when he sat down with Putin, because that almost should be the media's job if they were actually the fourth estate and were actually interested in making sure that our governments were not becoming too corrupt. They wouldn't attack journalists. Like I said, the journalists that are actually being attacked, if you Google someone's name and they're loved and celebrated by the media, you know that you should not be listening to that person. It's that simple. It really is that simple. Because to tell the truth is to render yourself an enemy of the state. That is just the reality that I'm living and that I am accepting. But I remain optimistic. Why do I have a smile on my face? Because people are waking up. They are waking up to these tactics. And I get it. Maybe the Costers are bored because they've had much power and they control the education system and they've brainwashed so many of us and they're controlling the congressmen. And they're laughing at us and creating fantasy novels and just disappearing. I mean, everything of that it seems that they lock down, right? JFK's assassination, the Epstein files, it always pertains to whenever Israel's name is involved. That is just the reality. And people seem to be radically accepting that we've been deluded. We have been totally deluded. Of course, our awakening is not going to come without a fight like hell, because I do believe there could have been maybe a place that was settled by political extremists on the basis of everything that I've researched. And that's why I started this book club. And it's going to get interesting. They are going to be extreme in trying to stop this awakening. But we also have to be just as extreme in our commitment to telling the truth. That's how I feel. That's why I wake up and do what I do every day. And that's why I'm so happy, because once you've committed yourself just to the truth, not to money, then I just feel like you're actually free. You are truly free. And so that's what I'm going to do. Anyways, you guys, before I get into some of your comments, heavy episode today, I'm going to tell you about a couple more of my sponsors. Qatar.
All right.
Iran. Just kidding. I'm telling you guys about Pure Talk. If you are with Verizon, AT.
All right. Well, man, it's gonna be lit this week. Well, we're gonna go over Tucker Carlson, and we're gonna go over Piers Morgan. Like, we got our work cut out for us this week, y'all. We got a lot of stuff to go over. Shit. Well, putting in that overtime for you guys. Shout outs to Gems. Shout outs to War Master as always. Man, look. On the next show, which is probably in the morning for you guys, we're gonna go over some leaders. I got this Chemical Ali thing loaded up. We got a bunch of other stuff to check out. We're gonna look at Saddam Hussein. I think this is actually a pretty good time to start going over all of this stuff and a couple of leaders, and then listen to Trump. Not Trump, but Tucker. Interview, the leader of Iran, because like I said, I was looking at this sentencing of Saddam Hussein, and I was like, dang, this, I remember seeing, old boy getting hung, and I'm like, dang, that shit was cold blooded, And then honestly, I kind of really forgot what he did, War Master kind of jogged my memory. I remember there was some WMDs, in Iraq, and there was like some mustard gas in like he was using some wild shit, but also too, I wanted to look at something. I'm gonna see if I can find something that's kind of not necessarily similar to the Chemical Ali thing, because I haven't seen it, so I really don't know what to expect. So that's another thing. And I want to see. I think I'm gonna find. I'm gonna see if I can find something that's from their perspective. Because we do tend to get the wrong information in America. We do tend to get the wrong information in America. Also, too, movie night. We got a shout outs to Link. We got a Donald Trump. I guess you could call it like a fucking apprentice documentary. Of Donald Trump. We got like a Trump documentary. So all of this stuff is actually lining up well. We're talking about different leaders. We just did a show talking about the presidents, worst president in history, and then a couple of the other presidents that croaked. A lot of them, I didn't know all these American presidents croaked. And just go kind of going in on the history of stuff and basically the biography of a couple of these people that these big names that you hear. So next couple of shows, we're just gonna go over some things. Also, we'll see how this Elon thing plays out. Is he just gonna start this political party, or is there a actual apology coming, and maybe some more work in the future now that they're saying this Epstein list just miraculously disappeared. Even I find that fishy. How does Epstein list just miraculously disappear? Now it just don't exist. I'm gonna tell you the truth. The media has not even a good memory, but a goofy memory. People will forget in 2-3 weeks. And then when somebody brings it up little by little, one by one, nobody's going to believe them. Oh, that was a hoax. They said it didn't exist and blah, blah, blah. That's kind of what I've been seeing a lot of times. That's what's going on right now. Like, they'll put a team on something and then they'll say, hey, we did the research. And then they'll come out with like a website, a one-off website with just like the whole research on that thing. The president is smart. He knows that people, they share and they pass around links, whether it's to a video or whether it's to a website that got a bunch of videos on it and stuff like that, a landing page. He did one for and I think I just took it down, or let me see if I still got it up, because it was, oh, here it is. Right here. Just like this. See how this is a landing page? And they got the lab leak. And right here they're talking about how COVID came from China. And he literally just met with the president there. So I mean it's just a lot of stuff to cover. I've been doing my research and doing my due diligence to bring you guys really, quality content, quality commentary, and just great stuff. You guys are walking around with more knowledge than most that went to college, you dig? But it's Player Talk Radio. I'm your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. If you enjoyed the show, please show your support on air, off air, because you care. You support Player Talk Radio everywhere. We out. Peace.
Your body's beat by the window seat. Little eyes look high up into blues and stars. I wanna surrender.
Smoking that dope.